The Special Interim Committee on Property Tax Reform will come to order. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Chair Tim Taylor. Here. Vice Chair Reedy. Representatives Steinhoff. Here. Boyko. Here. Burns. Chappell. Davidson. Here. Dolan. Here. Fowler. Here. Hales. Here. Harbison. Job. Here. Keithley. Murphy. Here. Overcast. Here. Strickler. Taylor Dell. Van Scoik. Warwick, Williams.
Okay, with 12 present, we have a quorum, but we're not voting on anything, so it's not necessary. The purpose of the Special Interim Committee is to examine Missouri's property tax system and propose solutions to ensure fairness, transparency, and sustainability for taxpayers and municipalities across the state. The committee is taking testimony from residents, local officials, and stakeholders from across the state with the goal of finding common sense reforms and solutions that will protect homeowners, protect economic stability, and ensure accountability. The committee consists of members who are well-rounded with varying interests from rural and urban areas. We are live streaming tonight's hearing with luck. Good. Sounds like we're in good with that. Via the Missouri House Communications Facebook page. The hearing is being recorded and will be available 24 to 48 hours on the Missouri House Communications Facebook page, on our website at house.mo.gov under social media, and then go to the media tab to find that. We would like to extend our sincere thanks to Eric Bergerud, Senior Vice President of Public Policy for Kansas City Chamber of Commerce and the Kansas City Chamber of Commerce. They have graciously arranged for the use of the executive boardroom here at Union Station and work closely with our committee staff to ensure a successful meeting. From coordinating seating, the stage setup, sound equipment, and accommodating both the public and our committee members, their efforts and hospitality are deeply appreciated. Their partnership has been essential in making tonight's meeting possible. And I'm going to tell all of you all who are from around here, this is my first time in this building, believe it or not, and what a gorgeous place. So that I'm sitting here with all of you all, it's very much an honor, so thank you. Before we begin taking, I would like to thank Rep. Fowler for his assistance with tonight's hearing as well. And I would like to give him an opportunity to make a few comments at this time, and he will be followed up by Rep. Job. Those two are basically the hosts since this is their area. So, Rep. Fowler, if you would like to continue.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Taylor, Vice Chair Reedy, and members of the committee, welcome to Jackson County. As we travel the state, we've been hearing a consistent message from rural Missouri. Many counties are concerned that the State Tax Commission pressures them to raise assessments through sales ratio studies and memorandums of understanding. There's a real sense that these mandates don't always reflect on-the-ground realities, and I believe that's a valid and important issue our committee must address. That said, I want to take a moment to highlight the unique situation in Jackson County, which is different from what we've been hearing in other parts of the state. In 2023, Jackson County increased property assessments for thousands of parcels, many by more than 30, 50, or even 100%, without conducting the required physical inspections, which are mandated by law for any increases over 15%. The State Tax Commission reviewed the situation and sided with the public, ordering the county to roll back assessments to comply with the Missouri statutes, asked them to roll back the assessments to not more than 15%. Over time, this led to legal disputes, challenges, a great deal of public frustration, and a situation where the State Tax Commission was seen in Jackson County as a necessary check for unlawful government action. And we appreciate what the State Tax Commission did for the citizens of Jackson County. The State Tax Commission stood by our residents who had unlawful assessment increases. So while our rural communities may feel pushed to raise values, in Jackson County, we're trying to push back against unlawful increases. These are both real problems, and they're both slightly different problems. I hope our committee is open and to working towards meaningful solutions for all of these on reform. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Job.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would tell the rest of the committee, welcome to Kansas City. I hope you are enjoying your time here with us. And to everybody that has gathered to share your stories and your testimony, thank you for taking time out of your day and out of your life to come help us address a very, very important issue to all of us. I wanted to, as an outset, to kind of give a little background to some of my fellow committee members. We've had a few hearings already. We've been in some other parts of more rural Missouri, and there's some things that are different here in Jackson County. As Representative Fowler talked about, there's been an issue with property taxes that we've been dealing with at least since 2019. In the reassessment cycles in 2019, 2021, and 2023, as well as the current cycle that we're doing this year. There's been increases across the board every year. I believe 2019 and in 2021, the average was around 20%. The home values, assessed values went up in Jackson County. In 2023, that number was north of 30% as an average across the board. As we've talked about some of the times as we've gotten into that discussion, that average leads to numbers that are really big on both sides. So specifically in the 2023 assessment, I can tell you I saw numbers that were over 100% that people got on their reassessment notices earlier in the year. So it's been an issue that's been top of mind for, I think, everybody that lives here in the county. There's been a number of lawsuits that have been brought as a part of that, some brought by private individuals. The Attorney General eventually brought suit against the county for those assessments. That case went most of the way through trial. Didn't end up getting finished for reasons that are particular to that. But while that was happening, the State Tax Commission, as Ron talked about, was looking into the case as well. They were trying to figure out what happened and ultimately decided, at least in 2023, that the physical inspections and all of the requirements and actually spending more than 30 seconds at a property just wasn't done here in Jackson County. So they issued an order asking the county to roll every valuation from 2023 back down to only a 15% increase. Then there was lawsuits from the county against the State Tax Commission as they tried to figure out what they were going to do. Ultimately, now, very recently, that has gotten implemented, and we've been rolled back to just a 15% increase on residential property for the 2023 year and the new 2025 assessment. That's led to tens of thousands of appeals every single time. And that just built up from 19 to 21 and 23. And I'll tell you that for many of the folks that live here, the State Tax Commission and that appeal process was the only thing that they thought they had that they could get something done. So I would just ask the members of my committee to have an open mind and be willing to look for maybe different solutions than we had thought about when we came here, because I unfortunately think that there's a lot of different things that are happening across our state, and it's going to require a particularized solution for everybody. And so thank you guys for coming. Mr. Chairman, thank you for having the hearing here, and I will let people share with us.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate it. Okay, there are a few things, housework type stuff I need to do here. Before we begin taking public testimony, I want to remind the audience and committee members of the following. We will be taking testimony in order that individuals signed in on the sheet to testify. Now, I'm working with 2 sheets here, 2 and a few. You signed in simultaneously, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to alternate back and forth, right, from one sheet to the other. About 45 minutes into the hearing, the committee will stand at ease to allow individuals who did not get to sign in prior to the start of the hearing to sign in at that time. I'm going to be setting a 3-minute time limit for those of you who come up to testify. And then I'll set the same time limit for the committee members. Now, the previous 2 meetings we had, one in Jefferson City was 5 hours and some odd minutes, all right? The one in Lebanon was 4 hours and 40 minutes. We don't have that much time here tonight, folks, all right? We are going to be done by 9 o'clock and moving our way out of this building. Now, I don't like to do that. I appreciate every one of you who've come here that want to testify. So I encourage you to be brief, be specific, and then committee members, I would encourage you all, and you will remind me too, because I like to go on my tirade also sometimes and talk. Let's keep the questions to questions that are for clarification, and if we need to meet up with the individuals afterwards or at another time for more information, then we'll do that. So, all individuals testifying today, those wishing to go on record must complete and sign the witness appearance forms, which I think most of you probably have done, and give it to my legislative assistant, June, who is out there. You met her at the table. I don't know where June is, but June is the second spoke in my wheel, and I appreciate her being here and those who came with her to help. If you submitted witness testimony online, you do not need to complete the paper. Witness appearance form as well. Just make sure that you have completed the email verification to finalize and push through your online submission. Again, we're working on a hard stop at 8:30. We're going to shoot for that. We are going to be done at 9. If you do not get a chance to testify, please submit that online. I promise you that we will have that to look at. And you are always welcome to contact your representative, contact us to have discussions. 3 minutes I mentioned. I have this little lollipop. I'll just stand right there. I'll let you know, all right? Yep, go on to the next. All right, due to time constraints, committee members will be called on once per witness to inquire and or make comments. We have, again, 2 sheets of people who have already signed up, and then we're liable to have more. So after the break, it's likely or possible that I could limit that to 2 minutes. And 2 minutes goes by really fast, you all. So, except for individuals affiliated with the State Tax Commission, the committee will only take new testimony. So if you've been here before and you've testified at one of our meetings, we ask you not to stand. And if I realize it, I'll ask you to stop. That lets people who haven't got to testify yet get their words in. Missouri State Tax Commission is here. They're the oversight body for Missouri's property tax reform. As you heard Representative Joe mention, they're responsible for ensuring fair and equitable property assessments from across the state. I invited them to tonight's and also to all of the meetings, and I'm thankful that they have been coming. So it's important that we get to see, that you get to see who these people are, who those commissioners are. I often hear that, well, we never get, whatever department it is, we never see the commissioners. Well, here's an example of commissioners being here, right? They're here to answer. The first meeting they did, they went last. The second meeting, they signed up just like everybody else. I included them in the list of those who are testifying. I've asked them this year, though they signed up early, to go last. They need to be able to stand up here and take in what you all have said and what we have said and be able to respond to that. So they have graciously said yes, that's what they would prefer to do as well. I reserve the right to adjust time limits for witness testimony, committee member inquiries, and or comments as we move through tonight's hearing. Decorum will be maintained throughout the hearing. Speaking of decorum, it's an opportunity for me to thank the staff from the Capitol who have to come ahead of time for these meetings. We set up these meetings across the state. There's 6 of them. There are 4 out in the areas, rural areas, and in urban areas like here. It was important for us to get to hear from all folks. When we have and when we pull away from the Capitol, all of the staff who put this together have to come and set that up. So we've got security personnel here. We've got our sound and camera guys and gal. And anyway, it's very thankful for them to be here and doing that. No signs or other props will be allowed in the audience or by witnesses testifying. So if you come up here to testify at the podium, don't bring anything with you. If you have handouts that you want to get to all the committee members, just get with my LA June back here and she'll ensure that it's given to us. Disruptions from the audience will not be tolerated. Unless you're testifying, you should remain seated in the audience. Yeah, so listen, Jackson County, I'm going off script here. Jackson County has been at the forefront of the discussion for the last couple of years, okay? And what I say here is not an offense of anyone. I'm just saying it though, so in case it happened, you all are getting ready to go through a recall election, all right? This is not the place to talk about that, all right? This is to talk about how we fix the problem that exists all the way across the state. I appreciate the efforts and the stuff you all are going through, but that particular subject is your all's to deal with. So please don't come up and testify on that particular topic. I think that I think I'm done. All right, so the committee will now receive testimony from the public. The first individual on the sheet, lucky contestant, Mr. Scarborough, you are first up. Oh, yes, and everyone, please, when you come up, state your name and who you are representing, and that may just be yourself. So, please, sir.
Mr. Chair, Committee, thank you. My name is Carl Scarborough, and I represent a number of different organizations. I run a small law firm in the Kansas City area that has a special focus. We represent special taxing districts that are dependent upon property tax. Represent clients throughout the state of Missouri, primarily fire protection districts and ambulance districts, in addition to 911 centers. Prior to opening that practice, I worked as a firefighter for 28 years, all with fire protection districts, retired as a fire chief. I say these things just to illustrate that I have a yearly and sometimes daily background in dealing with these unique property tax issues that you are grappling with as well. Let me begin by saying unequivocally, I'm in favor of lower taxes just as most people are. I support that. I'm not advocating higher taxes in any way. I'd like to give a perhaps different perspective on property tax from the perspective of the organizations themselves that are dependent upon these taxes to provide services to their citizens, such as fire, ambulance, library, school districts, etc. I believe the legislative actions undertaken in Jefferson City as it relates to property tax rates have the best intentions. One of the issues that these actions, the problems here is that they don't always take into account the impact of previously existing legislation that's already in place that does the same or a similar thing or creates a collateral consequence for taxing organizations. The Hancock Amendment and how it works with the current or recently passed SB 3 is a prime example of that particular conundrum, okay? There's not time to get into an in-depth conversation about the Hancock Amendment. I would not want to do that right now. I'll only address its impact on local taxing entities. The quick facts are it was passed in 1980, which means it was conceived in the 1970s. Its primary purpose was to prevent windfalls of tax monies based on increased property tax values. It's done via a calculation formula designed to limit growth to a maximum of 5% or an inflation level CPI calculation, whichever is lower. So the taxing entity is going to be capped when they go to calculate that tax rate for the particular year. Every local government entity that has a property tax rate has to do this calculation. If they have an increase based upon assessed valuations that would put them up above that allowable cap, whatever that particular cap is, they have to roll back or lower their tax rate. And this is constitutional law, so there's no choice on this. This is something that they have to do. The other thing that the Hancock Amendment requires, which is relevant, is it requires all local taxes to be approved via a vote of public in order to be implemented. The net effect of the Hancock Amendment has been and continues to be that nearly every approved tax rate begins shrinking the year after it goes into place. And this creates a problem for these taxing organizations. When you add into that things like SB3, which recently got passed, it impacts the formula. I probably don't have time to get into how that formula works at that particular point, but given an opportunity, I could tell you that it has a complete disconnect from what is required from the Hancock Amendment.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Any questions from the committee? Representative Joe, please, you're recognized to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming out here tonight.
Yes, sir.
There was one point that I was going to try and get out as I talked a little bit earlier that I completely forgot about. It's about the Hancock Amendment. There was some discussion, I think at some of our previous meetings, about Hancock not applying to Jackson County. And I want to just, I guess, correct or explain the situation through you. At least to my understanding, Hancock applies to every levy that is in Jackson County with the exception of one, and that's the Kansas City Public School District levy that is based on a settlement agreement from, I think, 30 years ago. But every other levy does these Hancock rollbacks. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, Representative, that it would apply to any other taxing entity that has a property tax in place.
Thank you.
Representative Fowler, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Mr. Scarborough, I think one of the issues you were bringing up, and let me see if I can summarize just a minute, is that the assessments are going to keep going up, but that there's things like senior tax credits or these various counties that get to vote on either freezing or eliminating it to 5%, those assessments by the county are still required to go up, and those are the inputs into the Hancock formula. So if those are the inputs and there is credits and freezes at certain levels, that gap only expands farther with time, and you're worried about how that may trigger a rollback that on money that they never are going to collect anyway.
That's correct. So that's one of the problems, and I think this is what happens sometimes when these things get passed. Again, best of intention, but without taking a holistic view, there's not an understanding of how the mechanisms and all the pieces and parts fit together. So using SB3 as the example there, SB3 allowed for certain counties to be zero growth, and I'll use that as the example. In a zero growth county, an individual's property tax assessed valuation would be locked in at a particular amount. The county assessor would continue to reassess that property as they're required to do. So their actual assessment will continue to go up, but a frozen assessment is what they will actually pay taxes on, and that's reflected in a tax credit that is on their property tax bill between the two. For the taxing entity, it's the higher tax value, the actual tax value, not the frozen amount, that has to go into that formula for the calculation based upon the Hancock Amendment, which means then that if it's a fire protection district or an ambulance district or something like that, that rollback calculation cap is going to kick in based upon a value that is non-realized and doesn't exist truly for that particular organization. It's going to force them to bring their property tax level back and back and back. And the practical impact of this, if I could have just a couple of seconds to put this in, the practical impact of this is that the goal of keeping taxes reduced ultimately fails. Because what happens is all these taxing districts have to go back out to their citizens continuously and ask for tax increases to help make up the difference from that enforced rollback that exists, especially if you have a situation where that rollback is based upon numbers that will never ever be realized by that district.
Yeah, good point. I just wanted to mention that I think that maybe instead of, well, currently the law says we're going to put the assessed valuation of all, and you would propose that the inputs to Hancock really needs to be the assessments that people are paying taxes on.
I think that's one way of doing it. I'll be honest with you, Representative Fowler, there are multiple ways of approaching it. I think what I'm advocating for here is that we have a fully thought out property tax system that's fair and comprehensive to be enacted, that local taxes be left to what they are, which is local tax. They're a local issue. People can determine what they want their taxation to be and what they're willing to pay. That's their value judgment for what they want in fire or EMS or whatever it may be. So that's what I would propose.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further questions from the committee? Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
How about Mike Slagle? And then on deck, just so you can prepare yourself, is Sean Smith. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee. My name is Mike Slagle. I am the superintendent of the Raymore Peculiar School District in the South Kansas City metro area in Cass County. I'll be very brief tonight in my testimony, as it's more story than it is numbers, but I do think it is a perspective and a context that I want to get before you. As background, I am speaking on behalf here tonight of several superintendents who are in the audience tonight, and also on behalf of those who aren't. We serve about 6,500 students in grades early childhood through 12th grade, and our residents have consistently stood by the RAPEC schools, not just with words, but at the ballot box. Long before I got there, I've completed my 6th year at RAPEC. Dr. Monses was there before, and a long history of support by the school district. That support is expressed through the share of local funding that we receive. About 60% of our district budget is local funding. 35% comes from the state, about 5% from federal sources. These local dollars are the backbone of all that we do for our benefit of our kids. Some of our most recent opportunities that we've been able to expand with our students have been programs in electrical studies, carpentry, HVAC, machining programs, drone technology, and early reading intervention strategies for our students. Each time we set a tax rate or go through the process of levy setting, there are a stringent set of rules and laws that our board subscribes to. We are very judicious about this process, thorough in that process, and our locally elected board is very good at answering to our taxpayers about this. In fact, over the past 6 years, our levy has been reduced from 5.36 to 5.03 today. This has happened while we've been able to continue to provide these opportunities for our students and our community. So here's my plea. Here's why I'm here. As we consider changes to property tax structures, particularly in light of the recently enacted SB 3, which the previous speaker spoke very eloquently on, and of which Cass County is a 0% district, what I would ask is this, is that whatever alternatives are being discussed, you think about the broader context and what else is playing into that, so that if there's a reduction or in the local funding, that it can be made up for some way. Because right now with Senate Bill 3, we may be looking at a reduction over time, as the previous speaker explained, with the base that's set and the rollbacks that we might have to be looking at. For us, I think it's important to think that locally raised funds are not extra. They are the backbone of what we do, from maintaining class sizes to providing outstanding opportunities for our students. What we're asking for, I think, from a public service standpoint, is the budget stability, right? We are experiencing some instability at the state level, federal level. This is just one more piece that we're trying to put together so that we can adequately plan for our futures together. Thank you for your time. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, gentlemen. Representative Steinhoff, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight. You did say that Cass County is on the 0% list,
That's correct.
right? And based on what you were referring to in the last person that testified, I would imagine your district has been studying all the different scenarios that could come your way. When people think of 0%, they might think, oh, that just means your revenue will only increase maybe with house sales and new construction. What have you all thought when you were looking at your financial picture is going to happen to your revenues if that 0% goes through?
Yeah, first of all, anytime that's frozen, you don't have a backstop or a way to fill it back in. You start looking at just survivability. I don't mean to be dramatic about that, but I know there's a lot of rural school districts that will be facing that decision, whether or not they need to consolidate or close up, because there's just not enough revenue over time that will fill in what they need to have to provide services. For us, here's what has scared us the most, is that declining overall budget stream that we're looking at because of the Hancock Amendment. You're assessing the tax rate as if it were here, but actually the base is here, so you're, by just rolling it back year after year because of Hancock, you're automatically reducing that revenue stream. It will create, if it goes through, it's going to create some decisions that our board's going to have to make about its long-term future.
And I'm not familiar with your county. Is there potential for growth? Because growing numbers of students wouldn't impact that revenue, correct?
Correct, yes, yes.
So you
there's
would
a-
continue to reduce, potentially have more students, but lose revenue every year?
Correct.
How would you be able to keep up with salaries for your employees?
It'd be very difficult. It'd be very difficult, and I think this highlights the problem with kind of pocket conversations, is that if there's not a realization of what's going on around it, you end up with public policy that's bad for everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions for this witness? Representative Murphy, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Go. Leave it to my auctioneer. You said that with Hancock and you're rolling back, and you're basically staying pretty flat, right?
Yes.
Okay. What was your budget in 2018?
2018 overall budget was about 88, I can have for about $88 million.
What was it in 2020?
2020?
Yeah.
I can look for you real quickly. I'm sorry, I don't have that number, 20.
All right, let's jump. What was it in 2024?
2024, we're about $94 million.
94,000. So it's got a $14 million in
That's 6 million, 88 to 94.
88 to 94, and,
Yes.
and that was in an 8-year period?
Correct.
Okay. So you have gotten more revenue, is that not correct?
Yes, we have.
Okay. Did you have a tax levy last year?
We did not. We had 2 years ago.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Gentlemen, thank you for coming.
Thank you,
Appreciate
my
it.
friends. Appreciate you.
You bet. Sean Smith?
Good evening to the committee and to Chairman Taylor. So to introduce myself, I am a Jackson County legislator. I appear here today both in my personal capacity as a Jackson County taxpayer and citizen of the state of Missouri, but also in my professional capacity as a legislator in Jackson County. I want to take a minute, and I have a series of specific recommendations, 6 pages, that I believe should be considered by your committee if you choose to continue to play the game of what I will call whack-a-mole with respect to property taxes. And what I mean by that is that we have seen a series of individual reforms instituted, and yet the abuses are still potentially there. And I know this because of what we've seen here in Jackson County. At the end of the day, the Missouri State Constitution says that it relies on a fantasy. It says that every 2 years, on January 1st of every odd number year, we will know the value of every property in the state of Missouri as determined by an assessor. As you can imagine, that's a fiction. It is a fiction on which there are real-world consequences. In this audience this evening are people whose property taxes went up and impacted their mortgage by $800 per month. The due process that's supposed to be afforded them in state statute through the Board of Equalization, through the State Tax Commission, has literally no enforcement provision for timely hearing. What that means is, here in Jackson County, where we had 54,000 appeals in 2023, that some of those appeals have not yet been heard by the Board of Equalization. Imagine paying $800 a month extra on your mortgage, a young family who's bought their first home, and they have to borrow money from their parents. Now imagine they're a family that doesn't have parents, family, and friends who can support them through that process. It's not a matter of years before delinquency happens and a tax sale happens for people that are mortgage holders, with their taxes impounded, it is a matter of months. And yet the State Tax Commission, much as they have tried to help us here in Jackson County, issued a lawful order. And I will correct one statement that was made earlier that said that that lawful order has now been implemented in Jackson County. The fact is 23 and 24 rollbacks at 15% still have not been acted upon by our assessor. That is held up in the appellate court and will no doubt be held up until it's heard by the Supreme Court. The authority for the State Tax Commission to issue such an order is less than clear. I want to just real quickly offer the opportunity to say that the due process that's articulated in state statute is not only not timely, but also lacks sufficient specificity on evidentiary standards and on other protections for taxpayers. While you might travel the state and hear predominantly from paid lobbyists and people whose paychecks rely on funding an agency to maintain the status quo is not working to protect individual citizens, which is what your first and foremost obligation should be as legislators.
Gentlemen, appreciate it. I'll ask questions from the committee. First, I have a question of my own. How many of those appeals remain?
Last I checked, there was about 6,000 people who were still appealing, and they're being worked at a pace of about 60 per day by our Board of Equalization. There's also an effort to eliminate those people from participating in the appellate process and simply pass them on to the State Tax Commission. Understand that those 40 a day that they're still hearing from 2023 preclude them from hearing any 2025 appeals. So the appeal window opened long ago. State statute dictates that they'll be done with 25 appeals by the end of August, and yet they're not even going to start on them until well after that. That has implications for school districts and cities. I mean, the process not having consequences for failing to meet those timelines adversely impacts your taxing jurisdictions because they can't set accurate levy rates, and it adversely impacts individual property tax payers.
Thank you, gentlemen. The handouts you have, if you'll ensure that my LA gets them, she'll be sure to get them to us.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Representative Fowler, you have an inquiry. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. Yes, Legislator Smith, I want to personally thank you for everything you've done for the Jackson County residents over this time. You have worked, been a citizen's advocate for the past few years, and I'll pause for, yes. You've done a tremendous job, and I appreciate everything you've been doing. You've been at Jeff City, you've been here, you've been all over the place and on the media. So thank you for that. I really want to strengthen, what you've got written there, strengthen the rights and the protections for our homeowners. I think that you have so much experience in that, and you're exactly right when you talk about the whack-a-mole system, because one area gets fixed and it pops up someplace else, and you've seen that cycle for the last couple of years. Please
I have,
expand.
and I'll answer that, which wasn't exactly a question, but I will implore this committee to consider the idea that bad tax policy is bad economic policy. Consider a taxpayer who wants to lower their taxes, and to do so, the most effective way to do it is to neglect the quality and care of their own property. It is a system that is set up to allow people and encourage people to live in squalor. The worse your home looks and appears to an assessor, the less you pay in taxes. What does that do to your neighborhood? What does that do to economic stability? What does that do to abilities for younger generations to start to build wealth? It is, in short, as it exists today, and I'm not by any stretch of the imagination talking about reducing revenue to the taxing jurisdictions, but what I am saying is we have to protect our individual taxpayers and citizens. Currently, the law doesn't really do that. It pretends to with things like inspection requirements, but those requirements, if they're not met, it could be years, and it has been here in Jackson County before anything is enforced on them. So it's just, we really need to think in terms of what economic policy do we want our tax policy in this state to encourage? We have sin taxes, we tax alcohol, we tax gambling, we tax cigarettes, we tax marijuana, because we want less of them. We want people to spend more money and know that when they're spending that money, there's a small sales tax that go along with it. Only with property taxes can somebody buy a home, live in it for 50 years, and over the course of that ownership, actually spend more in taxes than they spent buying the home in the first place. And isn't that kind of stability and long-term ownership exactly what we want to encourage?
Thank you, gentlemen. Representative Boyko, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you. And you may not know the answer today, but what was in my head is on these appeals in Jackson County, do you have a sense of how many of those appeals result in a reduction in property assessment and the amount by which the average appeal reduces the assessment?
Yeah, a significant number. By the way, some stats that were quoted earlier. So the idea that the average increase in 2023 for a Jackson County homeowner was 30% is a bit of a fallacy. So a little bit of background on myself. I worked in the software industry for 25 years. Part of my job was to work with the kind of predictive models that CAMA systems are using. CAMA, for those that aren't aware, is a computer-assisted mass appraisal system. It's a black box that tries to determine what the value of each property is. When a system like that goes wrong, what happens is that it's not just going to artificially inflate values, it's also going to deflate some values. I can give you examples of homes that are $1 million homes. They were $800,000 on the assessment roll in 2022, and now they're $200,000. They didn't burn down, they didn't lose value, but when you have a defective software product, it usually just doesn't work in one direction. So one of the specific reforms that I mentioned in here is the idea that any county that uses a CAMA system for any increase above, say, 10%, for example, that the CAMA system spits out, that has to be validated by a human being. And if the human being doesn't do that before the assessment notice goes out through comps and observation, then that assessment notice needs to be automatically rolled back. Just that as an example. But so the real average increase here in Jackson County, when we strip away the idea that some properties actually went down in value in calculating that overall average, the real increase was actually closer to 45% here in Jackson County. The appeals only reflected about half the people who had an above average increase. So a lot of people don't appeal. So one of the things that's really wrong with our tax system is if I'm a millionaire and I own a big home and my property taxes go way up, I hand the notice to my lawyer and he goes and appeals for me, or to a specialized representative. People that are in underserved and undervalued and poorer communities aren't afforded that, and the process can be so complex and daunting that they don't appeal. It's just, there's so many examples that the way we do things now, and I know in rural counties it might be simpler, but the way the law allows it to happen right now doesn't protect individuals. When we've tried to get data from the assessment department on how much people who did appeal, their values went down, they've actually shielded that data from me as a legislator. It's interesting, right? But experientially, it tends to be that 45% increase comes back down to about a 10% increase, which reflects what happened in the real market.
Okay. Yep. Appreciate it.
Gentlemen, both of you, I'll have to stop you. We've got to the 3-minute time, so appreciate it. Representative Van Scoik, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did I hear you say that we're up here paid by lobbyists?
What I said was that many lobbyists and people who are paid, say, by a taxing jurisdiction, whether that's an employee like a school superintendent or whether that's an actual paid lobbyist, are the ones who oftentimes are testifying at events like this to help articulate what the challenges are with tax policy. So my representation here today, even though I am a county legislator and even though we do collect property taxes, I'm concerned with the impact on individual citizens and business owners. That was my point.
So you didn't say what I thought you said, is that correct?
I didn't say you guys were paid by lobbyists, if
Thank
that's
you.
what you thought I heard. No.
I misheard you then. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Representative Reedy, you are recognized. Vice Chair Reedy, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you for being here today. I just have a brief question, and I want to know whether I heard you right, that you said that a lot of the hang-up on these appeals is your county board of equalization has not got them processed. Is that what you said? A brief answer. Is that what you said?
Yeah, that is true.
So that the hang-up is here in the county. How can your county close their books until all appeals are heard? I was always under the understanding, we opened the Board of Equalization. I was a county assessor, I think you know that. We opened our board, we heard all the appeals, and we had to hear them all before we could close our books for taxes to be extended. So if you're a county legislator, you're governing what's going on in your county. How are you closing your books if you have not heard those appeals?
Yeah, so our charter form of government splits power between the county legislature and the county executive. I will tell you that the legislature has resolved on numerous occasions to try to bring those things to closure, and that has been ignored by our county assessor and the county executive. That's gone to the State Tax Commission, it's gone to court. I understand exactly what you're saying. In this document that I'll provide to you guys, the section of state statutes referred to and the weakness in its language, which doesn't have a consequence, even though it says they shall be heard by the end of August,
So
there is no consequence.
To answer my question, it is a problem in your county of getting the work processed.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm getting at. That's something that I don't think a lot of counties have that issue. They open their board, they hear all the appeals, they close their Board of Equalization, and then they go to the next step, which is people can appeal to the State Tax Commission.
Yeah.
It sounds like I have not heard your situation in another county, so I wanted to clarify that. Thank you for your answer.
You bet. And I do fully understand that most counties don't have Jackson County's problems. What our problems have allowed me is the opportunity to see what can go wrong and whether or not state statute prevents it or provides a prescription for it. And that's what I'm encouraging you guys to consider, is that hopefully state statute can be strengthened to prevent and make
Okay.
sure that it stops.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I know I'm limited on time. What are you doing to try to get those appeals through the process?
So-
That you've got, what'd you say, 5,000 or 6,000 sitting out there that have not been resolved. What are you doing as a legislature to try to get them resolved?
Yeah, so as a legislature, we've resolved and asked the Board of Equalization to expedite those and actually just roll them back, and they have refused to and don't believe they have the statutory authority to do so. We've tried to add resources to them. We've done everything we can think of at a legislative level, and in our case, local provisions and efforts have failed to bring resolution.
Gentlemen, I'll have
Okay,
to
thank you.
stop you there. Thank you, sir. Any other questions for this witness? Gentlemen, I look forward to seeing the information you provide. Thank you for coming to testify.
Thank you. Can you point your legislative aid out to me?
I'm sorry?
Who I leave these with?
Yeah, actually, Jay will get them right here from you. Can do it now. Okay. All right, the committee will now stand at ease for 10 minutes. During this time, individuals who have not yet signed up to testify are encouraged to do so at the table by the door. Please be sure to complete the required witness forms. 10 minutes, sharp.
Yeah, he's a nervous guy.
Susan Brown, you will be the first one up after the break.
But there are influences in the county government that act irresponsibly on purpose so that they can perpetuate the status quo. Yeah, it's a fair assessment, and I think you're right. But I think maybe he would say, hey, can you have a state statute that says you have to have this resolved before so much time? So
I think those would all be illegal tax bills until the court is actually adjourned. So,
I think so.
Sir?
Welcome. Good.
Fred, how you doing?
Good. I thought you'd be up here tonight. I thought you were going to be up here tonight. you, wow.
You have to set tax rates. And then it's happened like mine. I'm looking for 21%. And then we get collection. Collecting lower than that. We can't change it.
So what, yeah, even though you may get an increase, you could still be losing money, right? That's what, he was just wanting to say, hey, you're getting more money, but it's not, no, it makes real cuts.
I may do it online. It's like, I'm not going to make it. I got to do it.
Yeah, okay, I understand. Definitely do that online, appreciate it. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. I hear you retiring. Okay. Yeah, good. I think tax issues, we have concerns about what's going on. I think I hear that there is bad things going on with local government. Right? There's deadlines on Hancock on their questions. But I will, on their defense, I've seen a lot of elections that say we want to move our debt levy over to operating, and they get approval of the voters to do that. That's legal. So it's kind of, yeah, it's scam, but they're doing it. Some of them are doing it in a legal way. It works. They shouldn't be making you roll back on the assess level. Not in reality, you don't like that. I think, honestly, SB 3 needs to pass forward. I am not. To get it through. There wasn't time to really think through this and think about what's going on. I think I heard that was a late night. That will never happen again. It would keep the same boat as it is today. Yeah, I saw her there. Right. What area you on? Okay. Yeah. Sure. Well, hey, yeah, it's good you'll be around. Yeah.
I figured out how Jackson County, how to screw up. Yeah. But I figured out the last 2 weeks how they screwed up Jackson County. They overwrote the bottom manual. Yeah. It took me 6 years to get there. Manually overwrote the numbers. Yeah, I'll be able to tell them, That's what you and I were figuring out. No, they messed the model up. We gotta figure out how to fix it.
Okay, we are getting ready to start in the next 30 seconds, so if you all could please sit down. Have a seat. He's going to gavel the committee to order in just a little bit. Please take your seats so we can get going.
All right, we ready? Going. Yep. All right, everybody find their seats. All right, the Special Interim Committee on Property Tax Forum will now come back to order. Listen, as we were breaking there, I said, Susan Brown, you'll be next on deck, but I want to have you stay sitting, and I inadvertently overlooked someone. There were some marks here on the side of the paper. So if Preston Smith would come to the mic, you will be next, and then Susan, you will be on deck. Please, sir, introduce yourself, tell us who you're with, and
Thank you. I'm Preston Smith, and I'm currently running to be the new elected assessor for Jackson County. For 14 years, I have served on the Jackson County Board of Equalization until 2022, and for the last 6 years, I've analyzed the county assessments inside and out. Last year, I served as the expert witness for the Attorney General and the State Tax Commission in the 2 trials against the county. And let me just say, Representative Job, you accurately pointed out since 2019, in Jackson County, we have not had any assessment that has remotely resembled finding market value in our assessments. In 2019, by the way, we had 28% of the residential parcels that had increased exactly at 14.9%. And in 2023, we had actually a countywide increase of about 44%. And in 25, we had the State Tax Commission order that thankfully required all residential parcels be valued at the 2022 assessment as a baseline. But under the state constitution, the assessments are supposed to be a true value in money or market value. And the current mass appraisal system is not working. Let me give you an example. Amazon bought an empty warehouse in 2022 for $37 million, and the county put it on the tax rolls for $11.7. The school district asked last September the county to put it on the tax rolls for the real sale value. The county sent an increased notice to Amazon saying they could appeal if they wanted to, but they didn't appeal because the sale price was accurate. But the county then refused to increase the assessment. This year, the county put the warehouse on the rolls for $13.3 million, and by the end of this year, the school district will have been shorted more than $1.2 million in tax revenues from owners who were more than willing to pay that amount, simply because the county refused to increase it. But they increased everybody else easily. There is absolutely no relationship to market value on the tax rolls here. Out of 1,700 commercial sales since 2022 that I've analyzed, 79% of them were put on the tax rolls lower than the sale price. If they put on the tax rolls for the actual sale price, the county would have collected extra $200 million this year. Missouri law includes a mass appraisal system, which Sean mentioned, under which assessors are required to value property in a uniform, systematic way, not just based on individual prices. Sales data is used to build mass appraisal models that estimate the true value in money for all properties, not just reset values parcel by parcel. In my analysis, more than 62% of valuations entered on the tax roll was a manual intervention that overrode the system calculated value. By having so many manual changes, subjective judgment and exceptions are entered into the system, and likely results in much less model accuracy. I believe this help explains the wild variations of property values in Jackson County, and it took me 6 years to get there. At a minimum, we need to take the following 3 actions. Make sale prices transparent and open for all to see, put a property sale price on the tax rolls at true market value, and cap assessment increases.
Mr. Smith,
Thank
I'll
you.
stop you there. No, don't go away. Any questions for this witness? Representative Fowler, you're recognized for an inquiry. And if I might interject here, I overlooked him by accident. We're going to be going to a 2-minute time frame after the break, but because I overlooked him, I'm giving him the 3 minutes, and that will also go with the reps to ask questions.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, Preston Smith, I do also have seen you in Jefferson City, and you've worked so many tireless hours for residents around here. You've done all kinds of informational programs for them. Thanks for all your service to our community for that.
You're welcome.
And yes, thank you, thank you. And the commercial property, look, if with some, you're saying, hey, on residential, there's a limit of 15% each cycle, but there's not that on commercial, and that has consequences. If that really gets high, that has consequences on small business. And could you express more on that?
Well, let me give you a real quick example. And Sean brought this up, and he's very clear, but it's going to be a huge problem for us this year. There's a small office complex, small building in Lee Summit, about 15,000 square feet. It was on the tax rolls last year for $264,000. This year, it went up to $9 million on the assessment. And then they sent another notice out a couple weeks later after that, and they lowered it down to $6 million. Those people did not get a notice. They're based in Sykeston. They're going to have to appeal that, but that takes 2 years to appeal to get that value lowered. They're going to go bankrupt long before, just by paying the tax bills. I mean, we're talking a multiple increase. There are going to be so many businesses that we've got in our county that are going to have to endure that. We are going to see multitude of businesses go out of business. And that's just because they're going to be waiting for their appeal to be heard. And I can't stress to you how dire this is going to be, because this is real life. I had residential homeowners that had to go out and get bank loans in order to pay their taxes for 2 years, and they still haven't been heard yet. There is no business that can withstand a tax bill that's gone up 10, 20, or 30 times what they paid the year before. So we've got to get this fixed.
Yes.
You still have 1 minute.
Okay, I guess I want to summarize a couple things that you bring up a good point, and hopefully we can set a limit on what commercial increases can be as well. I think what this witness has brought up, and also the previous legislator Smith, is that, yeah, it would be great if the county was able to process all these due process, all the appeals and everything in a timely manner. But we're also dealing with a government here that has not been accountable to the citizens and have broken state statutes and knowingly and continually conduct business like that. And I think that's what they're asking for, is the state to tighten down the belt on the county and make some tougher statutes for them to follow, and that there needs to be consequences. Right now, you can sit there and not comply with the law, and there's no consequence for it. So,
Mr. Chairman, I can say any state law we've had in tax assessments on the books in the state, Jackson County has broken it. They have found ways to get around it, and this year, they've probably broken at least 4 or 5 different ways to get around the state order. This is really it's a tough situation we've got here, but we really need the state to intervene here and fix this mess for us, or because we're going to see businesses go out.
Appreciate it. Representative Job, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for coming and for the work that you do on behalf of our taxpayers. I just wanted to go back. I think you got caught off in the middle of your points that you had for us to consider. If you would finish that out for me.
Well, the number 3 points I had, we do need to put the sales value on the tax rolls, and I think we need to determine when that needs to be, because that's the true market value for that property. That's clear, that's what the value is worth, and we need to also make where the sales are more easily to verify in the state of Missouri. We're one of 12 states that has virtually a closed verification system for sale prices. One of 12, we're in a minority. If we open up the sale prices to make them more open to the public, and then we can put them on the tax rolls, and then we can go in the process to fix this, because we cannot have a situation where you've got a business that came in with $37 million, and imagine if that happened in just one county. We have a county large enough that can withstand that, but the school district's going to realize $1.2 million they didn't collect. So we do need to verify the sales. We need to put them on the tax rolls so they're easier to see, and I think a cap. Right now, there are 20 states in the country that have assessment caps. I think we need to do this. If there's a 5% cap for each assessment, some states vary it based on commercial. They have all the other restrictions of when the cap doesn't apply, like for new construction or new damage to repair. There's different qualifiers you put, but we do need the cap. Otherwise, we have what we had here. It's a worst case scenario.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any other inquiries? Seeing none, gentlemen, I appreciate it. The vice chair and I just yesterday perhaps were talking about that we hadn't had much discussion about commercial property thus far in our committee meetings on the road, so I do appreciate it. You do have, all right. Vice Chair Reedy, you are recognized.
Thank you for being here. You did talk about commercial. I think that's something we need to bring up. You're probably aware of the commercial surtax that's on every commercial property in the state of Missouri. Are you aware of that?
Not quite. You might have to explain that to me. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. You know, it was put on in 1985. It took the place of the merchants and manufacturing tax, and it was calculated for every county at that time, what it would take to replace that. And I don't believe the commercial surtax has ever been rolled back. There's never been any adjustment to it. My county, I'm a little rural county, we were at 35 cents, but it's still 35 cents today. And I talked to a lady from bigger southern county, and I think she said theirs was $1.04. So I didn't know whether that issue had come up with your commercial properties, that maybe we need to look at that surtax.
Actually, I've not had anybody bring that up with me. The real concern is the assessments. That's the issue now that they're losing sleep over.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thanks for letting me know about that.
Thank you. Any other inquiries? Seeing none. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your
Thank you very
time.
much.
You're welcome. All right. We will, from this point, due to increased number, we had 11 more people sign up at the break. So due to the increased number of witnesses who signed up, I'm going to impose 2-minute time. Listen, that's very short. Again, get to the point quickly. That also, 2-minute also extends to the committee members. Again, committee members, if you can keep it short, sweet, that would be great, and we can get as many people in as we can. And I want all of you to get up there. So having said that, Susan Brown, you are next, and Brian Colby will be on deck.
Honorable members, my name is Susan Brown. I'm here to thank you and offer a solution. I'm on the board of the Kansas City Short-Term Rental Alliance, and I will talk a little bit about the commercial topic you were just mentioning. I'm also soon to be a retired resident of Platte County. My husband and I don't have pensions. We rely on our savings and a small real estate business that we built ourselves. We chose a short and medium-term rental model because it fits our skills and interests, but today I feel like our retirement plan is a ticking time bomb. In addition to the increases that you've heard about here, last year I learned some county assessors were reclassifying residential properties used as short-term rentals as commercial. Doubling or tripling the property tax bills overnight, you no longer have that 15% protection, and destroying the retirement plans of many. That alarm led me to help draft House Bill 1086. Sponsored by Representative Chris Brown from here on the Kansas City side, this bill makes clear that short and medium-term rentals, just like long-term rentals and bed and breakfast, should always be classified as residential. Without this clarity, you effectively eliminate STRs. The economics simply will not work. Our solution, House Bill 1086, passed the House overwhelmingly. Thank you for your votes. I think almost all of you voted in support, and passed the Senate Local Government Committee unanimously, but it never reached the Senate floor. Just weeks after the failure, the Jackson County assessor, of course, reclassified all our legally permitted STRs and KCMO to commercial right before 650,000 visitors descend on our city for the World Cup. Working with Jackson County legislator Sean Smith, love him, we passed an ordinance delaying her action until after the World Cup, giving us 2 more sessions to pass House Bill 1086. So we will be back. The principle is simple. A residential home in a residential zone should always be taxed as residential, whether it's rented for 30 or 31 days. I urge you to help us pass 1086 next year. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Brian Colby. And then on deck is Kenny Southwick.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Brian Colby. I'm a resident of Jackson County, and I also work for the Missouri Budget Project. We're a nonpartisan, nonprofit think tank that deals with revenue and budgets. And I'm going to be very, very brief, but wanted to thank you all for passing the circuit breaker improvement. That's going to provide real relief. I wish we could have it this year so you all could have the benefit of that and your residents kid too. But I want to talk about potential innovation at the county level, just very, very briefly. As Representative Jobe mentioned, the counties are so different in their structure, but there is one innovation I just wanted to point out in Cook County. It's Illinois, it's the Chicago area. They decided to provide some tax relief to their own citizens, the county did. So they put together a $15 million fund that will allow for a tax credit of $1,000 for those folks who qualify. You qualify for having income below the area median income. And if you had had a tax increase of 50% or more since 2021, you would also qualify for this tax credit. We like this because it's not a permanent change to an assessment. You don't get into that area of uneven playing fields, and it's one time and it's targeted relief to kind of deal with fluctuations in valuations. And with that, I'll stop.
Congratulations, you're the first one, and I didn't throw the red flag on.
That was my goal. That was my goal.
Any questions for this witness from the committee? Seeing none, gentlemen, thank you very much. Kenny Southwick? And then next is Larry. Yes, that, Rivas, yes, on deck.
Thank you, Representative Taylor, and we had talked earlier. I may take a little longer.
If I might, let me explain to the audience. Gentleman came to me today and said there may be 20 of his group here to sign up to speak, and I kind of did a little bartering with him, and he is going to get a little extra time because he trimmed it down to 1, okay? So, gentlemen, you talk, and I'll tell you when to stop.
We appreciate that very much.
Please say your name for the record and who you
Yeah, so
represent.
my name is Dr. Kenny Southwick. I serve as the Executive Director for the Cooperating School Districts of Greater Kansas City. I represent 37 school districts. I go as far north to St. Joe, I go as far south to Adrian, and I go as far east to Knob Noster. We represent about 182,000 students. First, I want to thank each of the special committee members for your time and the effort you've put in to try to look at issues related to property tax, assessments, and services that are provided to the people in the great state of Missouri. Property tax has proven to be the most reliable and consistent tax over the years. It has to be managed in the interest of all. Although there seems to be some inclination to blame someone for the situation we're currently in, I'm not here to do that. We have the responsibility to fairly tax our citizens across the state. Our 114 counties and the taxing authorities must then provide the necessary services in each of our committees. Currently, the system is run afoul. Although we want to maintain lower taxes, We all expect and demand that our schools, our fire departments, our libraries, our roads, our hospitals, and so on and so forth are available when we need them. Recently, we know that some taxpayers have been hit with larger than normal reassessments, and we all know what the outcry has been. Recent assessment cycles for some counties have been mired with confusion, misunderstanding, and distrust. To be honest, we all understand why. As I continue, I want to clarify a few things. I'm not an assessor, I'm not a tax consultant, and I don't share any of the training or expertise it takes to manage this task. I know Representative Reedy is here as an assessor, and he was for many years, and I'm sure he could take us all to school if we wanted him to do it. So I'm not here to try to say I have all the answers tonight. But I can speak as a school administrator. When I was an administrator, I worked with the relationship with my county, my duly elected assessor, to provide me all the necessary information so that I could set a fair and correct levy. After doing that, the district reviewed all the figures and numbers. We set the correct, we did the public tax hearings, and action from my Board of Education, we put a tax rate in place that met all the legal requirements of the state. Our compliance with laws, regulations, and standards were reviewed, audited at several levels, and ended with the review of the state auditor. Each of my districts that we represent, and tonight I've got about 20 that are here, only one other spoke, and I will be the end of it. This process allowed for each of our districts that we represent, and each of the 500 plus school districts around the state. This keeps us in compliance at every level. I'd like to move for just a moment to address the far and broad-reaching numbers of taxing entities. I checked on the auditor's report. To date, in the 23 report, we had 2,645 different taxing authorities that represented 4,527 tax rates that have been authorized. This includes debt service levies, new voter-approved levies, levies voted to replace expired issues, and dissolving levies. Debt service levies were included, but it did mention that they're not subject to the Hancock limitations. These authorities obviously include our schools, but 23 others, such as the ambulance, hospital, nursing home, water supply, soil and water, municipalities, libraries, townships, special road districts, junior colleges, counties, and one of the most important is the money we send to our special school district to take care of our most challenged students. I reference this report because the current system serves all of our citizens, young and old, as it's shown by this list. The Auditor's Office reported in 23 that this is the 9th year since the review of property tax rates in 1985 that no taxing authorities levied a tax rate that exceeded tax rate certified. That was a surprise to me. I was happy to see it. Moving forward, any major revision to funding these systems could be catastrophic and cause irreparable harm to our citizens and our communities. So I'm going to go as quick as I can. Thank you. So here we are. Our Constitution states that we're going to be fair to all of our citizens. Now I'm going to start to paraphrase some of this. Taxes should be levied and collected for purposes only and shall be uniform in all same classes and subclasses within territorial limits. It is here that I must mention the obvious conflict of Senate Bill 3, and I'm not going to go into that because we talked about that, but I think there's some clear challenges there. I want to be careful again to not suppose I understand laws and regulations related to fair property values. It's not my intention to throw our assessors, the state tax commission, or our legislature under the proverbial bus. Truth is, we have a system that works. We just have to do a better job.
Gentlemen, I'm gonna have to stop you there.
Okay.
Don't go anywhere.
I'm not.
Representative Chappell, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you. Gentlemen, I just have just a quick question, and I'm not meaning any disrespect when I ask it. I'm sincerely looking for an answer.
Sure.
You said, if I'm not mistaken, that the organization that you're associated with and the school districts with which you have representation is 182,000 students in this region?
That's correct.
That's
That's
roughly
correct.
20% of all the public school students in the state of Missouri, is that correct?
I don't know the final numbers, but it's a lot.
It's real close. And, I mean, that's a fairly healthy representation of the whole. Polls would be jealous to have that much experience and exposure, I would imagine. How much is enough for public education? We've got people all across the state afraid of losing their homes, and I'm just curious, do you have a number in mind? How much is actually enough?
I can't answer that.
I've not found anybody who
No,
can.
No, but I can say this. We in public schools have the responsibility to deliver service to all students. We can't close our doors or our gates. And whatever those needs are, we have to meet them. In addition to that, everybody in this room knows that the state of Missouri is about 50th to 47th in the nation in terms of the state monies that go.
Oh, I'm so thankful you brought that up.
Yeah.
So that's because we're designed to be that way in this state. We are by design heavy on local control, local funding, so that school districts and school boards can answer to the local voters and parents of their
Exactly.
districts. And we do not, like other states, collect taxation, send it to Jefferson City, and then dole it out and impose our vision. That's what we're not supposed to be doing. Now, unfortunately, I'm not sure Desi has gotten that memo.
Yeah, I don't
But the reality of it is,
Sir, I'm going to tell you that we all, and I think my superintendents would agree, but I'm here tonight to say, don't take away that local funding.
well, I've never seen a governmental entity, and schools are, I've never seen a government ever be happy about having to readjust their vision of how things ought to be unless they are compelled to do so. And I'm all for public education, I truly am. But I've never had anybody tell me how much is enough.
Well,
I think these folks have had enough.
I appreciate your comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate your comment, but in the 50 years I've been doing this business, we've made a lot of adjustments.
All right, Representative Boyko, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you. Representative Chappelle and I do agree that we're heavy on local control here. So I just wanted to review, before a tax levy goes into place, it has to be put on the ballot, right? Before a tax levy for a school district goes into place, it has to go on a ballot,
For
right?
clarification, if we're going to raise a tax levy,
Yep.
it's going to go on a ballot.
Okay,
That's correct.
and so before it goes
for
on the
notice for
ballot,
approval.
hold on, my time's limited, so let me just ask it this way. Before it goes on the ballot, a school board, an elected volunteer school board has to vote, at least 4 of 7 have to vote to put it on the ballot, right?
Yes,
And then, once it goes onto the ballot, a majority of the voters in that school district have to vote to allow that to go into effect, right?
yes,
And then even once it goes into effect, because of the Hancock Amendment, the impact of that tax levy will be reduced over time, just inherently in the way that the Hancock Amendment addresses, obviously with the one exception, the school taxing levy, right?
yes,
And each of those times that it gets reduced, it gets approved by the state auditor, right?
yes.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Mr. Chair, since the...
Actually, let me, Representative, I'm going to stop you there. Let me inquire now.
I'm not going to inquire of him,
Oh.
but okay.
No, please go ahead then.
I just wanted to clarify for my colleague, I wasn't talking about that aspect of it. I was referencing the fact that the state is 50th in the nation for supporting public school systems directly. We do that so that that process he just mentioned can take place. I don't disagree with him, but it's then unfair to criticize the state for doing what we are designed to do. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, good clarification. Gentlemen, it's kind of segueing off Representative Boyko, is it possible that a school district can put out to the public a no tax increase bond issue and somehow move funds to pay off debt and then still get more money without having to roll back for Hancock?
The way I'd answer that is the law says that the school district can pay the debt, and as they make that levy each year, they have to levy enough to pay the debt, and they can levy enough to have 1 year in reserve. And those are the guidelines that we follow.
So following the guidelines, conceivably, then the school would never have to roll back if they were continuing to build projects. They could simply leapfrog 1 year after the other, and as people's property taxes assessments go up, the school doesn't have to roll back, so inevitably, it is a tax increase. Would that be fair?
If they were going to sell those bonds again and renew that debt, they'd have to go to the people to do it.
Okay, fair enough.
It'd take a vote of the people.
Thank you, gentlemen. Representative Murphy, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Yeah, at this time. I appreciate what you said, but I will tell you this. I have never seen a no-tax tax increase that failed because there's no tax increase. But I've also never seen a bond issue that ever expired, because every time they get paid off, they go on the ballot and say, well, we need this money, so there's going to be a no tax increase. Give us that money. My school district has done it 4 times in the last 5 years. And everybody thinks, oh, well, we're not paying any more tax. Well, we're paying more tax. There was a promise when we passed these issues that when it was paid off, it would go away. And then by calling it a no tax increase, which is an absolute lie, because you are paying more tax, we passed them. Every time we try to put something in the legislation that says you can't call it a no tax increase, you can call it a no levy increase, we get unbelievable pushback from the education lobbies and from members who were former educators. I think honesty would be a really good thing for our education system to practice, and I don't think you do that.
Gentlemen, please, if you have a response, I mean.
Yeah, the
please.
only response is that the 2 ways you can issue additional debt is when you pay your debt down and when you have modest increased assessed valuation. And when those debts are paid, it's the people that decide whether they want to spend that money again. And I think
But we
that's
do it with
explained.
fictitious
And
ballot
I would
language.
argue that nobody lies to anybody.
That's
We
a
don't break
fictitious
rule.
ballot language when you say there's no tax increase, when they're continuing to pay taxes that would have went down. It increased it back up, is what it did.
And I can't speak to all the ballot language, so.
Well, I can tell you that that's what you're doing, and I think it's despicable.
Gentlemen, time's expired there. Representative Keithley, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to make sure that, I'm pretty sure I heard you, right? But I want to make sure everyone heard this because it hasn't been talked about yet, but we've talked a lot about the 5% cap in Hancock and how, poor local government just, are required to roll back their tax rates to adjust for that. You said the debt servicing is not under that same umbrella?
That's correct.
So the debt servicing is not so when just pulling numbers from thin air because it appeared in front of me from someone here, I think we'll hear about from it. When their property taxes go up 275% from 2017 to 2023, we got to figure out why that's happening because I'm hearing local government say 5% is a cap, but I know my actual dollar for dollar tax rate on my house over in St. Louis County has gone up more than 5% what I'm paying, and I think that's certainly true over here on this side of the state from what I'm hearing from everybody. How much of that is debt servicing related? Our debt servicing is percentage overall of the total tax umbrella and tax liability that your members are collecting. Is debt servicing up or down over that time?
If you receive a tax bill increase of 200%, it's the aggregate that's looked at in the county and the balances of the aggregate in the county, and that's what's applied to
Certainly,
CPI.
and I think we had one person here earlier who testified about how we kind of have a government-centric rather than a taxpayer-centric approach. We protect the local government's funding by making sure they get their 5% growth in revenue. Every time they go out and reassess, they're allowed to take their 5%. We have no protection for the taxpayer to make sure that they're capped on the other end. And what happens is when we dock the commercial property, because those rates are down, single-family homeowners, residential homeowners, they end up subsidizing that. So when commercial property goes down and the assessor comes out and assesses that down, no actual revenue is lost by a taxing jurisdiction. What happens is they just go find a residential homeowner. They go find a family who's going to make up that difference, and they're feeling it in the tax code. What my question is, though, is, and I don't know the answer to this, but I think I know what the answer might be, is if debt servicing is not subject to those 5% caps, doesn't that create an incentive for us to put more debt servicing into our property tax scheme and create more debt and more debt servicing, because then your revenue can grow faster if we just put more debt servicing in? And my question to you was, is that being done? Is over the last 5 years, over the last 10 years, I don't care what time period, but over time, are we growing what percentage of the property tax revenue your members are receiving is being done through the debt servicing schematic versus the regular GR property tax scheme?
The fair way for me to answer that is the compliance of the law. Whoever sets that levy can only collect from the aggregate enough to pay that debt and to have 1 year in reserve. That, in many cases, leads to taxpayers paying less money. If we've never been able to say, you and I have the same priced house and we're appraised the same, and I pay the same taxes that you do. The problem is we need to try to equalize that. But you might, if you are paying more taxes and the aggregate goes up, you may in fact pay less.
I may, I'm not. I can tell
Well,
you that.
I don't know your situation. I can't answer that. But I'm saying the rules govern what that levy can be set at.
I understand how the levy works. The question is, do you know whether or not your members for your organization you represent, the school districts in the area, are they doing more and more of their, when they go and ask for the voters to approve new taxes, are they doing those as property tax rate increases, or are they more often doing it as bond increases? Because if they're doing it more often as bond increases, my guess is the fact that those aren't subject to the 5% cap might have something to do with that.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I can only tell you that when they pass those bonds, they go for specific reasons. They can't take bond money, and not unless it's the vote of the people, and put that in the operating levy to pay people more, or to pay your lights or water or insurance or any of that, which we know has gone up. So,
thank you, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate your comments.
Gentlemen, appreciate the conversation. There are
More
a
than
lot of
fair.
other people, so thank you for your testimony. Appreciate
I
it.
will say I have additional comments that I didn't get to go through, but you have a copy, and I hope you'll review what I've
Excellent.
said.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe, Larry, yes, you were next. And then on deck is Patricia Searing.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Dr. Larry Rideau. I serve as Vice Chancellor for College and Community Relations at Metropolitan Community College.
Can you move it? Yeah.
Sure. Person next to me is our CFO, college CFO, Chief Financial Officer. Her name is Ms. Patricia Amick. At the college, we serve about 20,000 students per year, and our ability to provide accessible, high-quality education depends significantly on local support, particularly through property tax revenue. In fact, local tax accounts for more than 38% of MCC's annual budget. These dollars are not abstract, as you know. They fund instructors in our classrooms, advisors in our student success centers, and equipment in our labs. They help keep tuition affordable for working families, and they ensure that MCC remains a nimble partner in local businesses as well as industries. Local funding is a cornerstone in supporting our mission, and the return on the investment is substantial. In a recent economic impact study, MCC contributed over $680 million to the regional economy in a single year. That includes $560 million in added income from alumni who are now active in the workforce, and more than 9,000 jobs supported across the region. For every dollar invested by taxpayers, MCC returns $4.40 in economic benefits. If local funding erodes, our students will definitely feel the hit first. It might look like fewer course offerings. It might look like longer wait lists for working workforce training, reduced student support services, or deferred maintenance on facilities that are already stretched pretty thin. These are not just budget impacts, they're barriers to education, as you know. And when students can't get what they need to succeed, the broader community loses. Employers don't get the skilled workers they're counting on, and families lose upward mobility, and Kansas City loses momentum. So in closing, that's why I offer these 3 suggestions for your consideration. Number 1, establish an education impact review for any proposed changes to the property tax system, especially those affecting assessment timing or revenue distribution. Let's ensure that our public schools and colleges don't become collateral damage in broader policy shifts. Number 2, explore mechanisms for stability, such as phased implementation of tax changes or temporary backfill grants to education institutions during transition years. This would allow colleges like MCC to adjust responsibly without disrupting student success.
Doctor, I'm not sure how many are on your list, but...
One more to go.
Okay, give it to me in the very shortest way you can.
Yes, sir. Engage with us directly. MCC is ready to be a partner in these conversations, not just a stakeholder.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions for the witness? Seeing none. Thank you.
Very much.
Appreciate it, gentlemen.
Appreciate it.
Patricia Siri, yep. Okay. Very well. No, we'd appreciate that you do that. Yes, thank you. David Buck? No? How about Mary Hill?
Hello, I'm Mary Hill. I'm from Liberty, and I'm just a taxpayer. And my idea for reining in property taxes is to move spring elections to November. So a majority of people can actually weigh in on all of those issues that come up on during the spring. There's other states that have done this. We can do it too. And we might get a few more people in there that don't want to tax us to death as well. That's all I got.
Thank you. Don't run away, ma'am. Any questions for the witness? Seeing none? Okay, you can run away now. Thanks. Appreciate you coming. Thank you. Monty Olson? And Ian Davis is on deck.
My name is Monty Olson, and I'm here just on behalf of myself, a resident of Kansas City, a taxpayer. I live close enough I could have walked here this evening. But I've also lived in the rural areas, had a farm in Cass County for 20 years. I do a lot of work with local governments, not really from a pay perspective. It's my contribution back to the community. But I don't want to pay taxes. No one wants to pay taxes. I get that. But we want that fire truck to show up. You know, and I'm not going to touch the education piece because I've not been involved in education other than been a parent of 2 of the superintendents have been here before. But, you know, you want the ambulance to come. You want the library there. You want the dike to hold the water back. And there's times when we look at the legislation that comes out of Jeff City, there are inadvertent consequences that really limit your neighbors and friends from doing the job that they've been elected to these local boards to do, which is to figure out how to meet the needs of the community, whether it's providing an ambulance or a road, and doing so with tax money that's been approved by those taxpayers. And it gets really tough to do that. And you know, I spent 16 months running a fire district on behalf of a court. $60,000 to run a fire district for 1,200 souls. How do you do that? And it's certainly only with volunteers. And you know, Senate Bill 3 is probably going to whack $5 grand out of their budget. $5 grand out of $60,000. You know, how do you do that? And so I just ask you to be thoughtful and look at the big picture and make sure that there's not those inadvertent consequences, because I think you want the fire truck, you want the water held back, you want the library in there. So that's what I'm sharing this evening.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none. Gentlemen, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Ian Davis, you're up. And then Scott Freeler, you'll be on deck.
Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Ian Davis, and I own Blip Coffee Roasters in Kansas City, Missouri. We've been in business for 11 years, and I am not opposed to paying my fair share of taxes. But a 626% property tax increase is not a bill. It's a death sentence for small businesses. There is no transparency, there's no accountability, and there's no guardrail on how much or how often commercial property taxes can be raised here in Jackson County. County legislators point fingers at the county executive and the tax assessor, and while they are not without blame, this is a legislative failure by every Jackson County legislator, past and present. Our Kansas City council members have been silent on this issue. Our county legislators often feign ignorance, and you, our state representatives, might be our last hope. I've met with dozens of property owners facing this same crisis, some with 1,000% and even 1,500% increases. These bills are due in December, with interest, late fees, and the threat of repossession hanging over people's heads. 300 properties were sold on the courthouse steps today. Many will have no choice but to sell their properties. Many business owners will downsize or close entirely. And this comes on top of other crushing cost increases. Evergy has raised our electric rates. Spire raised natural gas rates by 20%. The cost of goods are up. Tariffs have hurt the coffee industry specifically, and commercial insurance costs have spiked. This specific tax spike is not just bad policy. It's an economic eviction notice for small businesses and property owners in Jackson County. If this continues, it will not just force closures, but force relocations to states that value and protect their local businesses. I urge you, enact real limits on commercial property tax increases, require transparency in assessments, and restore trust before businesses are lost. Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for this witness? Gentlemen, as a owner of a coffee shop myself, a family business of 22 years, I can appreciate the cost of coffee and what's happened to that. So thank you.
You can only charge so much.
That's
for a
exactly
cup of
right.
coffee.
I can never imagine the increase that you mentioned. I mean, it would, my family business of my wife and my son and one employee would just fall to pieces. So anyway, thank you for testimony.
It's happening all over the county.
Yeah, thank you.
Entire county.
Appreciate it. Scott, you're up next. And then on deck, make sure, Terrence Nash, is that right? You'll be on deck.
Thank you. Appreciate you allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Scott Fricker. I'm Platte County Presiding Commissioner. I'm here tonight to talk to you about a situation that we have today with the State Tax Commission. Over the past year, well, in the 2025 reassessment cycle, our assessor decided not to increase residential property values for some reason. And as a result, unsurprisingly, the State Tax Commission has stepped in to equalize values. Strongly encouraged, I'm sure, by the local school districts who can't seem to get enough of our money. So early last week, the county received an order from the State Tax Commission ordering us to increase residential property values across the board by 15%. Some real problems with that. Number one, there are no tried and true assessment practices used in that amount, so it's completely unfair. Some homes went down in value while some went up 20% in value, and everybody is paying the price for an elected official who decided not to do his job. Not only that, but the Board of Equalization decisions that were made during appeals last summer and this summer may be vacated with no opportunity for property taxpayers to appeal. So my suggestion is, first of all, this is an elected official. The State Tax Commission should not have the right to order other elected officials to do his job because he's not going to do it. This is the only instance I can think of where if an elected official doesn't do his job, some other elected official is ordered to do it. Typically, if they don't do their job, they're removed by the Attorney General or they're removed by the voters. That's how this should be handled. not by fiat through the State Tax Commission in an unfair and unjust way.
Thank you, gentlemen. Representative Keithley, you have an inquiry. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. It's you got to appreciate that the same groups that come in and want to argue for the benefit of local control in one area don't seem to have an issue with the State Tax Commission running over duly elected county assessors in other places, right? So much for the local control aspect. My question is though on that issue, because I think this has been happening in a lot of places over the state where assessors have made certain decisions for their county after being elected, and then the State Tax Commission has come in and said something else and told them to do something else. Have they provided any type of authority to your county for their ability to withhold revenue? Do you know where that comes from? Is there any appeal process that they've given? If you're unhappy with what the State Tax Commission decides that they mandate that you guys do, have they provided any type of answers in what kind of recourse you have, or is it just you have to accept what we want?
Well, first of all, their typical response to assessors that don't do their jobs is to withhold assessment dollars from the assessor. That's a good hammer, and it's effective. And why that isn't being used in this instance, I don't know. The commission has no authority in this. In fact, we were not named in the order. Named in the order was the assessor, who's not going to do anything. He's going to ignore the order. The Board of Equalization, who did not sign up for this volunteer job to raise taxes on their fellow taxpayers, and the county clerk, who doesn't know anything about assessing, right? Those are the three people that were named in the order. The commission, although we appoint the Board of Equalization, we have no authority. We are standing up against the order, but the clock is ticking, and I'm afraid that the clerk may decide to implement the order. There's a lot of pressure. Okay, we have counsel. We're working towards an agreement, but the State Tax Commission has all the leverage. I mean, the law is in their favor, and the law needs to be changed so that they don't have so much power over local governments, over local elected officials who should be removed by voters if they don't do their jobs. If the school districts want more money and the assessor's not increasing values as the schools think they should, then the schools should campaign to get rid of that assessor. That's what you do with elected officials that don't do their job. You don't have a bureaucratic, unelected board at the state come down to your local government and dictate values where they don't know anything about the values.
Gentlemen, I'm going to have to stop you there. Any other questions? Oh, Representative Murphy, you're recognized for an inquiry.
The tax commission is required by law to make sure that every county, every taxing district does the proper job. And if they haven't done it, they are required to make the adjustments that they're making. Now, it's an adjustment on the assessment. It's not on the taxes. Could you not roll back your rates to equalize that?
Whose rates? The county's rates?
Yeah.
Our property tax rate is 1 cent.
1 cent.
We don't charge property tax. at the
Okay,
county level.
so by raising
Now our school
the
districts-
property assessment by 15% costs your taxpayers 15
We have
cents?
voluntarily reduced our tax levy in Platte County to 1 cent.
Okay, 1 cent. Though, you're saying that by raising the values that you've cost your taxpayers 15, 20 cents? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we don't charge a property tax.
Okay.
We just make sure we don't spend so much that we need a property tax.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, when they make the assessment adjustment, because they're trying to make it, our problem in the state is that by every taxing district doing different things, there's no certainty. Every taxpayer in this country, or especially in the state of Missouri, should have some sense that next year ours isn't going to go up 30%, and this county over here is only going to go up 1%.
Correct.
So their job is to equalize that, and they're going to catch grief. And I gave them a lot of grief last session about the way they did it. I thought was a little roughshod, but what they were doing was following the law.
Yeah.
But
Right.
you, at the county level, you can adjust the tax rate.
Change the law. That should not be allowed. These state tax commissions should not have the authority to come in and
I
tell
believe it's
a
in our
locally elected
Constitution,
official.
isn't it? It's in our Constitution. We don't
Is
change our
it? I mean,
Constitution.
it's in the Constitution. The state tax commission's authority is in the Constitution?
It's statutory.
Okay. Listen, I'm here to tell you that I think this is wrong, okay? That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So I have a couple other inquiries of you. I'm going to take just a second here. So decorum-wise, we need to, I know this is a passionate topic, and even to the point of providing pertinent information, keep your comments to yourself, all right? That includes applauding and shouting out. Keep the decorum at what it should be. So again, I appreciate that it's passionate information. Representative Van Scoik, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Commissioner, I have talked to Senator Luke DeMeyer about the situation in Platte County and read an article about that as well. Would you go a little bit more in depth as to how this came about? You've got an assessor who went and raised some values tremendously high. Is that correct?
No. He
Okay.
did not reassess residential properties in 2025. He just didn't do it.
Okay.
He didn't do it. And he told the school districts that, and the 5 school districts in Platte County wrote a letter to the state tax commission saying we need you to equalize the values because the assessor didn't do his job. So because the assessor didn't do his job, you got taxpayers with a 15% increase that their homes may have gone down in value.
And what action did your Board of Equalization take?
What did the Board of Equalization say?
Yes.
They are not interested in implementing the order.
Okay,
We're
thank
trying
you.
to negotiate a settlement with the SEC. I don't know if we'll get there or not. The biggest sticking point is that as of right now, you will not have the right to appeal this year because the BOE session is closed. The State Tax Commission has imposed an increase, and the right to appeal is gone, and that's not right. There needs to be a path for those people to appeal, and all of the BOE's work and all the appeal decisions that they made this summer are going to be vacated. So if they want to set a value after the BOE decisions, I think that's okay, but people still need the right to appeal, whether it's straight to the STC or what.
Right, and we're running into that in my district with certain counties having the same problem. And I agree with you, there is no appeal on this because it's past that time when Board of Equalization is to be called. Now, they have asked for a Board of Equalization, some counties to remain open. However, those counties never opened a Board of Equalization because nobody had appealed the taxes beforehand. So they really don't have a BOE opened. Are they to open a BOE now? The law doesn't say they should do that. We've got a conundrum here that needs to be fixed.
Representative, I'm going to have to.
They should be allowed to appeal directly to the STC in this case because the BOE didn't have an opportunity to handle every 45,000 residential.
Thanks.
Thank you,
gentlemen.
Mr. Chairman.
You bet. Representative Job, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming to speak with us today. I wanted to get a couple questions about what you said. You talked about I think 1 cent levy. I wanted to make sure I was understanding that correctly. Is that the levy that your county government imposes? There's other levies for school districts and fire protection districts, right?
That's the county's levy, right? It can be as high as 27 cents, but.
All right. And the other is kind of a bigger picture discussion that we've had a little bit as we went around, and I think we sometimes get in trouble if we don't separate issues when we're trying to fix this system that I'll agree is messed up and is out of whack in many ways. At a basic level, are the increases in assessments doesn't or shouldn't correlate directly to an increase in your tax bill, at least on a evaluation of the levy across the board, that there's a Hancock amendment that should provide a cap on those increases. I think this past year it was 2.9%. So if every value, property value in Platte County were to go up by that 15%, then the state auditor would come in and equalize your levies so that you would only be able to take an increase of 2.9%.
Yeah.
So theoretically, all that comes into place, that people don't see that increase in their tax bill. They'll see it in their assessment. But if that was all done in one tax year, it should be capped at that 2.9%.
Okay, but the biggest taxing jurisdiction in the county is the school district. Well, one particular school district. They have an exemption from that. They can keep their, I'm in that school district. Their levy hasn't changed since 2018, okay? They can, and property values are going up like crazy in my county. They just shift it to debt service. They shift the extra funds to debt service. And that's how they get around it. There is no Hancock when it comes to the biggest taxing jurisdiction in the county.
And that's what we're trying to get to is, at least from my perspective, we have some protections. The problem is those protections have way too many holes in them, and they don't apply on a small enough level so that our individual homeowners are protected from that massive increase.
Yeah, and I'm thankful for the Hancock amendment.
Gentlemen, I'm going to have to cut you off for time. Representative Reedy, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, sir, for being here today. Appreciate the work you do in your county, and being a commissioner is never an easy job. I would just like to ask a little bit about your Board of Equalization. You said you're not on that, right? You're a first-class county.
Right, that's correct. I'm not on it. I have served as a chair of the BOE in the past, so I understand it.
Okay, what do you all do? Don't you appoint so many members to
Correct.
serve?
That's correct.
How many do you?
Three.
How many?
Three. Right.
So there are 3 appointed members.
Correct.
See, in third-class counties where I come from, the 3 county commissioners and 2 public members serves as the Board of Equalization.
Okay.
So that gives the county commissioners some ability to help move those meetings along, and through that process, they've been elected by the people in their county to serve as a county commissioner. So,
Correct.
Maybe that's something we need to look at, is the makeup of the boards of equalization, say for first-class counties. Do you think that would be helpful?
That's not where the problem is. I don't know. I mean, I don't have a single complaint with my Board of Equalization. I don't think it could have done a better job.
It's not an easy job. I mean, it's not something.
It's incredibly time consuming, right in the thick of the summer when people want to take vacations and they got to be there every day. I have no interest in serving on that anymore.
and they don't get compensated for it. But I just wondered if a way of expanding your board to include the commissioners in the first-class counties, whether that would be helpful.
Again, the BOE has no control over the assessor. If the assessor decides to not do his job, there's nothing the BOE can do about it.
But the Board of Equalization will make a determination when that appeal goes to them. They make a determination of what that assessed value is going to be set at. So
yes, but on a very small percentage of properties. They saw, I think they had about 100 residential appeals this year. We have 45,000 residential properties. It is such a minute fraction of the total that it doesn't even affect the overall county valuations.
Okay. Well, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the witness? Seeing none, gentlemen, stand by. Who is it? Judge Dolan, is it you? Who is it? Oh, Representative Harbison, you are recognized.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for serving your county in the capacity that you do. We did determine and have determined that the State Tax Commission has the final authority over elected officials. Not a fan of that myself. With that being said, I guess I look at the 80 counties, maybe that have been not in compliance. So I have to question, the buck stops at the end of the road. And if that be the case with the State Tax Commission, then why haven't we, long before now, took steps not to try to raise it all at once, but when we started having a problem, instead of threatening letters, why not send letters? You can get more bees with honey than you can vinegar. So why was there not letters sent out at an earlier time? And I'm talking about my 7 counties in southeast Missouri, where we could have worked together and not been behind. If the buck stops at their door, then that takes on a lot of responsibility.
Sure.
So
you're wondering why the commission didn't work closer
No,
with the
no,
assessor?
I'm making a statement. I'm sorry, I should have stated that in the first place. I'm making a statement that long ago, before it got to this point, the State Tax Commission should have sent letters and made trips, and the 37 people that work with them, or for them, should have made trips all around the state to the 80 counties that are not in compliance and tried to work out you talked about your assessor not wanting to raise everybody all at once. Well, and that puts mom and pop out of the house. They've spent a lifetime working to pay for a home, and then because of the taxes, they can't afford to stay there. So I'm not going to throw my assessor, my collector, and then my third-class county, my county commission, which is part of the Board of Equalization, under the bus. I'm going to say, if you got the final authority and you want the responsibility to oversee the state, if you want to oversee the assessors, the collectors, and the Board of Equalizations, then it takes on a responsibility where you should have started at an earlier period and tried to work with them to bring it up, in small percentages rather than everything all at once.
Yes, and to the State Tax Commission's credit, they have done that. They made every other year, the assessor signs an MOU with the State Tax Commission based on a plan to get to 90%, right? Well, they had that MOU on the table, ready for the assessor to sign, which he has been doing every other year. He's been in office for 12 years. This is the first time. He essentially tore it up and threw the STC staff out of his office. Okay, he had an opportunity to make a deal for an 8 to 10% increase. And because he said no, and the SEC made the effort to make this happen, but because he said no, we're now facing 15%.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to have to cut you off. We've
right.
gone way over time here.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for serving.
Yep, and not seeing any further questions. Gentlemen, I appreciate the time you've taken to come here.
Thank you very much.
So you
Appreciate the
bet.
forum.
All right, we have 22 witnesses still wanting to get up there at the podium. So I suppose you might be Terrence?
Yes, I am.
All right, and then on deck is Dustin Gamblin. Please proceed, sir.
Terrence Nash, and thank you for having this committee meeting in Kansas City. You had one 6 years ago. I testified at that one about sales tax and property tax, so we haven't made very much progress. And I believe that affordable housing begins with affordable property taxes. So this is what my problem is I want to go to the very beginning of the problem, is at the beginning of the assessment process where we use sales prices. We use the highest prices. Well, why don't we use the lowest prices? Because not everybody that gets their house reassessed is putting a new roof on their house, or putting granite countertops on their house, or tile floors, or remodeling their bathrooms and adding another $100,000 of improvements. In 2023, where we talked about 30% increase, my mom, 90 years old, has a 30+ increase on her assessment. She's not adding all those things to her house, and not a new roof and everything else. But we're saying, well, this house is sold in an area sold for that price. This is where it impacts senior citizens and average taxpayers. This is where I want to focus this problem on. You're putting garbage in and we're getting garbage out. Let's go, as a process, we should do some type of checklist. You can't have people just because they sold a house, increase yours up 100,000. Steel roofs, siding, I mean, I can go on and on. This is our problem, is we don't start at the beginning of the process and treat everybody's property as individual parcels. And this whole thing about 14.99%, they did it to both of my properties this year too. Did they do any assessment? No.
Gentlemen, if you would, stay there for a second. So, listen, the topic, what you're discussing is, it's not the first time we've heard this, so I understand that that is on the radar, for sure. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none. Gentlemen, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, up next, Dustin Gamlin. And then on deck, I think it's right, Shauna Detzinger, yep, on deck, okay. Please,
All
sir.
right. Well,
Yeah.
good evening, committee. Thank you for allowing me time to speak. I'll just take just about a minute or so. But I'm the chief of the Johnson County Ambulance District located in Warrensburg, Missouri. We run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And when somebody's having a heart attack or some kind of maybe a stroke or a serious accident, we can't say we'll try again next month. But the 0% property tax growth option under this bill, or this proceeding here, has the potential to freeze or severely limit our revenue when the cost of everything else is going up, such as payroll, health insurance, the cost of ambulances, which are up over $360,000. And then by the time you add equipment, you're well over $500,000 for one single ambulance. So with this, with the 0% cap, that means that delayed replacements, less training, slower responses. And I'm not saying that I support helping people who truly need tax relief, but it should be targeted and not a blanket policy. So that's what I have for now.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any questions for the witness? Seeing none, listen, thank you for your service. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming to testify. All right, madam, you're next. And then on deck will be Steve Roth.
I'm Shauna Gretzinger. I'm a homeowner in Kansas City, Missouri. In 2023, my assessment went up 540%. And what's so abusive about Jackson County's process is that I never got the letter. So about mid-May, with the deadline to appeal approaching, I just thought my letter was lost. I went downtown to find out what I was working with, if I needed to prepare an appeal. And I was told that my letter hadn't generated yet. They told me the number with that increase. And I was told I could sign a stipulation for only a 400% increase. But if I left without signing that stipulation, and I wasn't prepared for an appeal, I didn't have any documentation, I had nothing. I was told if I left that they would increase the amount even higher because my letter hadn't generated yet, and they could. And I never got the letter. So I ended up signing the stipulation even though the real estate agent that was running comps for people that came in said that he would say that my house was worth about half of that 400% increase. And because I signed the stipulation, I was not allowed to appeal. So, and because it's Kansas City, the Hancock Amendment doesn't apply, so my taxes did go up 400%. So the last 2 years, I've paid 4 times more than what I was prepared and had budgeted that year. And from what from what Jackson County has been saying, it doesn't appear that I'm going to get any of that money back or credit. They seem to just say they don't have to. So I just feel like Jackson County's process overall is very abusive and unfair, and I think it needs to be addressed because this seems to happen to a portion of Kansas City or Jackson County every 2 years. So.
Any questions? Yeah, Representative Steinhoff, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Just to be clear, I'm not sure I understand what you mean by the letter had not been generated yet. Like it
Yeah.
hadn't gone through the printer and mailed to you?
Yes. So I just went down there assuming my letter got lost in the mail and I needed to know the number, so I knew if I needed to appeal it or what. And they
what
said
time of year was that?
It was mid-May.
Okay. And they said that there were other taxpayers that they had not generated letters for as well?
I guess. They seemed like it was normal, and I don't remember the deadline to appeal, but isn't it like July 1st or something like that? There wouldn't have been enough time
Yeah.
to get through the mail and have people able to actually prepare anything by the deadline.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Job, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming. I'm sorry. What we're trying to do here is figure out ways to fix that problem. I just had a couple of questions because I've been dealing with some of my own constituents that have some of the same issues that you're talking about, where they saw that large increase in 2023. Some of them agreed to a stipulation, some of them did not. And what I talked about at the beginning was this process whereby Jackson County is at least agreeing to go back to the 22 valuation and assess a 15% increase for the 2 cycles. And at least among the people that I've talked to, some of them are seeing that decrease and some of them aren't, based on
Yes.
whether they stipulated or not. I was curious what your experience is.
The letter that went out this year is rolled back with like
Okay.
15% increases. So it's significantly less than the 2023 assessment. So I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
But I don't know if I'm going to get that difference back.
All right. Thank you very much.
Representative Fowler, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. I wanted to echo your sound or your comments relative to you're seeing a government that's not acting responsibly towards your citizens' needs. And I think that is somewhat of something that needs to be addressed, is that we do see that in Jackson County, where a government is not acting responsibly towards its citizens. You would think that manage the backlog, keep timely things, et cetera, as you mentioned, but in this situation, we see that it's not happening. That's where I would suggest that maybe there should be consequences for failure to be responsive to citizens. And maybe that starts with me about putting timelines in there when things need to be addressed, from a state statute level.
Well, if there's deadlines, I mean, I understand deadlines. I would have appealed by the deadline. It's just the high-pressure sales tactics when you went down there. I never did get a letter. So, like, when was my letter going to generate? So.
Any other inquiries? Seeing none. Lady, thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Steve Roth, am I saying last name correct?
It's Ruth.
Ruth?
But that's
My
fine.
apologies.
Thank you all for being here. My wife and I
If
own
you
a
will, sir,
small-
go ahead for the microphone. Will you say your name and
Sorry,
who
my
you're
name
here
is
for?
Steve Ruth, R-O-U-T-H, pronounced Ruth. Thank you for having us.
Sure.
My wife and I started a business, in 1997. It's a small wholesale building materials manufacturing company, distribution company. We moved down to the West Bottoms in 1998, leased a building for 3 years, and purchased the building. The building's taxes have gone up, and I talked to her before I came down there, but they basically have gone up between 4% and 5% over the 20-some years, 22 years we've owned the building, at different intervals, but overall, that's how much they've gone up. The newest tax bill we received is not as high as Ian's was, but it's a 366% increase. The West Bottoms is kind of an area, I'm sure you all have heard some press on it, but it's the new chick place to have your business, and there's a lot of gentrification in the West Bottoms. Well, on the way over here, I was leaving the West Bottoms, and there's an old RV parked under the bridge, and there's about 3 homeless camps under the bridge, and so I question the tactics on how we decide to raise taxes. I don't understand what you all do. If I can talk about building materials, I could probably talk more than anybody in the room. But all I would say is that I think 4 or 5 or 6% per year over time is a reasonable approach. If I go to my customers and try to increase my prices on my product 360% at one pop, they're going to say, why the hell should we pay that? And oh, by the way, do you know you have competition? Which speaks to my next comment, which is I have a lot of customers that are in Clay County and Northtown and are out in Cass County. And what I don't want to see, I love the city and I love the county. I've been here my whole life, went to Kansas City schools all of my life, but I don't want to see businesses get perturbed the way things are handled and take their businesses and move them. And I think that needs to be looked at.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. So listen, 2 things. You and I could have a discussion about building materials, and I would know a lot more about that subject too than I do about this subject.
I'd
And
rather talk about that.
Second is you would be not shocked by what we don't know as state legislators, okay? So just to be fair. That's why we're here. We're being educated. So any questions for this witness? Seeing none. Gentlemen, thank you for coming.
Appreciate your time.
Appreciate it. All right, up next, yes, Greg Alsbury. Oh, wait, Greg, yeah, my apologies. Let's, no, I've still got some here. How about Anna Boozer? I'm terrible with names, sorry. No, you're up, and then we're gonna go right in with Jay Penn after that. So please proceed, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Anna Boozer. I am from Lake Lotawana, Missouri, so little private lake community outside of Lee Summit and Blue Springs, like 30 minutes east of here. I would be the one that gave you the handout because not knowing how this process would work, I thought we might get to a point, you know, if you've had kids in school ever, you know, you get like tired of hearing and being inundated with information overload. So thank you all just for your time and for listening, and this is such a long process. I had a nice prepared speech, but really I'm just representing my family. My husband and I own 4 different properties in 2 Missouri counties. One is our personal residence. That's the one that you're seeing the testimony about. We recently purchased our first commercial property, and I gotta tell you, I'm really nervous. Everything I'm hearing makes me scared. But on our personal residence, we purchased our home in 2017 for $309,000. Our 2023 property assessment, there's a graph at the bottom that shows you our increases over time. In 2023, our assessment went from $341,000 to $938,720. My mortgage doubled from $1,600 a month to nearly $3,200 a month, and our appeal is still unresolved. We are still waiting. So I think it's important to note, my husband and I are both college educated. We are incredibly fiscally conservative. This has drained our savings. We were saving to purchase a new car with cash, and we are unable to do that, so that's okay. We can limp along. Thankfully, we had the savings. If we hadn't, I'm not sure what would have happened. The community that we live in is one that has strong ties with my family. Both of my parents grew up there. My grandfather dug the water lines for the lake. It's a place that we thought this is our forever home. I never thought I would want to move, and I gotta tell you, I'm pretty like, ooh, what could we do? So then I give you guys a solution, or my proposed solution. Again, I don't know everything, but Anna and Brian Boozer responsibly looked at a home that we could afford, with a mortgage we could afford, insurance we could afford, at a tax rate we could afford. It's the same thing we do if we're purchasing a vehicle or anything else. Can we afford all of the fallout, right, that comes along with that purchase? We did that in 2017, and we now live in a home that we likely can't afford. So there you go. Any questions?
Thank you, lady.
Yeah, thank
Any
you.
questions for this witness? Representative Fowler, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Yes, Ms. Bowser, thank you for your testimony. And appeals go unresolved for 2 years. Matter of fact, I think I've seen you on the local news before.
Yep.
Talking about this issue. You are being responsible in everything that you just brought up from your angle. Your government is not, okay? The government needs to be more accountable. It's not acceptable to go 2 years. Apologize for that. I hope that we can put some reform in to make sure that that doesn't happen to the next person. And hopefully that this will get something going for you soon.
I hope so too.
Representative Judge Dolan, you have an inquiry. You are recognized.
Just an inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
Ms. Booster, thank you for coming. What stage of the appeal are you at? Where are you? Are you at BOE? Are you post-BOE? Or where are you?
That is a great question. We are currently, after, let's see, in April, let me back up a little bit. You know how in a marriage, right, you kind of often hand things off, right? My husband did the original appeal because he works close to downtown. I am the one that pays the mortgage. I'm like, what is going on? Why can we get no answers? So we couldn't get an answer. I went and sat through the trial of the STC versus Jackson County just to try to get informed and get information. And I kind of learned there why we weren't hearing back on where our appeal stood. It was because of the litigation. And I thank the STC members because they did make a point of there are those of us that are in limbo waiting for the litigation to happen. In April, we received an email that was a little unusual that just kind of, we were surprised by it. It said, like, you can go ahead and go to the county BOE hearing, or you can be moved on to the State Tax Commission. We had previously appealed with both and were waiting from either party. And we chose to go directly to the STC because we didn't have confidence in our county to figure this out.
Okay, so you filed a petition with the State Tax Commission, and you haven't had that hearing?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out where you are.
Yeah, we received an email from Todd, I don't remember his last name, and he was asking, hey, if our premise was you did not do your inspections and you raised our value over 15%, and there was no evidence of a physical inspection. So per state law, you should not be able to assess our property over that amount. So the email that we just received from the State Tax Commission from Todd said, hey, if you are happy with a 15% increase, you have until August 18th to let me know. So I'm not sure what happens next.
That was a settlement type deal before you had the hearing, and they offered a potential settlement. So you really haven't had the actual hearing before the State Tax Commission.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Reedy, Vice Chair Reedy, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you for being here. Yeah. And this piques my interest, trying to figure out who hasn't heard your appeal, and the fact that this is a really good point, that through your mortgage payments, you have paid that money into escrow. And that money's sitting in an escrow account because you had to pay under protest. And when I look at this, and I really appreciate what you provided to us, one thing, did you do anything, any improvements or additions from the one year to the next?
So our house, what's interesting about like even pictures of our home, no. I would say the only thing that we have done is to our personal home. We put new carpet in when we bought the house in 2017. Aside from that, we have spent the last, however many years, 8 years now, cleaning up trash out of the backyard because the previous owners used it as a dump site. But
so basically what you've done is just maintenance type stuff.
Correct.
It sounds okay. But and where you're saying that you're not really clear whether where the appeal is, and when you appealed on up, then they gave you that option to appeal to the tax commission. Then I guess it would fall to them to make that decision. But I think the thing that bothers me is the amount of money that on an assessment like this, that you've got your county collectors having to hold in escrow, and you're not getting back, when they dropped it over half in 25, that would indicate there was a problem, I would assume. And the fact that that money's not only tied up for you, but the part that you should have paid to the districts, it's being tied up from them as well. So thank you for your clarification. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the information you provided us.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? I feel like I should have one, but I'm so dumbfounded by your story that I really just can't. And the point that you made there, that you've spent these years cleaning up the trash in your backyard, so you're being penalized for making your house and community better. And I spoke long enough that Representative Van Schoik, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did just a little bit of figuring here, and from your original purchase in 2017 to 2019, your assessment went up 5.18%, and then to 21 it went to 4.9%, then to 23 it went up to 175%. Wow. But then on 25, you're back down to 5.9 over the 21 assessment, which gets you back in the realm of reality, I think. But that 23 year is the year that you're really having problems with. Yeah. So you've been appealing this to the State Tax Commission for helping this. We have a law, and the State Tax Commission's aware of what I'm going to say here, that requires them to have an ombudsman, a person who acts on behalf of the people of the state of Missouri. If they had that ombudsman in the office, do you think your appeal might have been heard by now or resolved?
I would hope.
I would hope so too. I think that's something we need to be pushing here in Missouri, is to get that ombudsman within the State Tax Commission so that people like you can be served better by our government. Thank you.
Representative Chappell, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I just have a clarification I'd like to ask.
Sure.
And perhaps the vice chair.
Of me or?
Well,
of
the vice chair, I
Yes,
think,
please.
is the
I'll move back.
recognized expert on this question, if I may. Good evening, sir. Let's assume, just for the sake of argument, although I don't believe it is at all, but that the market had a tremendous crazy blip, and this poor lady's house actually increased in value by $600,000 in 1 year, and then decreased in value by almost $500,000 the very next year. Does she get a return on the taxation that she's been charged during this outlier year, or is she just stuck?
I think according to law, because you appealed it, you should be able to get some relief on that. If the higher valuation was put on and you did not appeal it, that valuation would have stood for that year. But where you were under an appeal process, I would think just reality is you should be able to be made whole on that.
So should, but in your experience, is that what it actually is? Or have you just never seen something so obscene before, and so you don't have a frame of reference?
This just makes common sense to me, because when you look at something like this, going from 341 to 938, and then the same house is back to 450 2 years later, that's nobody, nothing unless the house, something happened to it, major damage or something would cause that. So
Well, yeah, but as my colleague here whispered in my ear, 2008 was an example of where such things could occur. And of course, we're seeing property values and housing prices go up. I understand that, but it seems unconscionable to me that any citizen should have to bear the burden of what is clearly a gross miscarriage of the process. And to do it for an extended period of time, I would suggest that we get together and rectify this quickly.
I agree
Thank
with-
you,
I
Mr.
agree
Chairman.
with you. Thank you.
Yes. Representative Fowler, you have an inquiry?
Yes, I
Or a
just wanted to
statement or comment?
highlight one more comment here, and that is that when there is this kind of an increase like they've seen, there's probably another unintended consequences that they will not be reimbursed for, even if it was a mistake, and that's the perceived reality that for insurance purposes, it looks like you'd have to do a full replacement on $938,000. Your insurance goes up, and there's nobody that's going to credit you back for that.
It's a good point. Representative Job, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is going to be more comment or explanation, although definitely correct me if I'm wrong in what I'm saying. You know, everybody can see this crazy change just like I can in your very well done handout. I would just point out that appears to me to be a reflection of the State Tax Commission's order to Jackson County that they roll everything back to a 2022 valuation and then apply a 15% increase to for each of the reassessment years, and that would be how they got to this $450,000. So it wasn't because they agreed that it had dropped in value. It was because they were required to do that change, and frankly, that's what it should have been, or less than that at any rate before that. And to my understanding, as long as your appeal is still active, assuming that ever gets to a resolution, and it gets to a resolution in your favor, there should be a way to recoup those payments, at least as to the tax bill. It wouldn't cover, obviously, the insurance or funding your escrow that had to happen in that time frame. As well, and I had another point, but I've completely forgot it as I was talking about that. But I would just suggest that it's not benevolence on the part of the county that caused that correction. It's because they had to.
Thank you, Representative. Any further? Lady, thank you so much for coming to testify.
Reply to that?
Oh, certainly.
Can I
No,
say one
yes,
thing real quick?
absolutely.
Thank you. You are correct. That is what happened. I can appreciate there's the senior tax freeze. And so many of the people in our community are older. So, you know, my parents are like, whew, we don't have to worry about that. For somebody in my situation that, you know, my husband and I are working people, balancing kids, we've never seen, like, I don't get a 15% raise each year. And so, yes, they did do the 15%. Most of my friends received 15% increases. Our rental properties received 15%. I mean, to the letter. And so that's where I believe that Mr. Smith had said something to the regards of capping it a little bit lower so that it keeps up with inflation and wages and something, you know, to that effect. But that's what you all are here for, and I'm so appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, lady, for coming to testify. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Yep. I think Jay. All right. And then Willie Jackson will be on deck.
I apologize, I may get a little emotional during this. In 2007, I was blown up, working for the United States Embassy in Baghdad on my 4th tour, which I volunteered for. I was in the military for 27 years. I've been shot twice, been in 3 helicopter crashes, and been blown up. I don't want to stand here as a victim. I'm victimized by the county taxed my house at $485,000 in Independence in a cul-de-sac. Not sitting on acreage, no barn, no pond. Zillow values it at about $260. It's about right. Zillow's right in there. State Farm Insurance, which I've written Josh Hawley about, and I've written Missouri AG about, immediately, as soon as it hit 485 on the books, my insurance went up 125%. Dollars. to match the $485,000. Friday, we found out from a broker, because we have to sell the house, because we owe more in taxes and insurance than our actual house payment is, and that house has paid for 3 college educations. I've worked 2 jobs. Charlie Franklin, a CPA on the county here, he was my CPA. He can verify to you that Jay Perry worked 2 and 3 jobs for over 20 years. I was in the military, I was a union member. I'm one of the military guys that slept with a bag next to their head, ready to go. That was me. I volunteered for it because I was maybe smarter than the other soldiers. It's not fair. Something has to be done. Nobody's going to buy my house at $260,000 and pay $485,000 in taxes. The realtor told me I'm not even going to list your house because I can't. It's insanity. That's what this county is insanity. For 20 years through my union, I volunteered for the Democratic Party. I am an ex-Democrat. I've been reformed. No more. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none. Gentlemen, thank you for your service to this country. Appreciate it. Thank you for coming to testify. Willie Jackson, you're up, sir. If, as long as you fill out the witness form, you did that already? Okay, yeah, that'd be fine. Are you on the list?
I'm sorry?
Are you on my list?
Yes, Janet Eve Ross.
Okay, we'll pick up there.
Obviously, my name is Janet Eve Ross. I was a portfolio manager in the fixed income side at American Century Investors. I left there and I went to work at DIA on the financing, and that was, I don't know, $3, $4, or $5 billion. I've done $65 million bills. I really appreciate when Representative Murphy said that it's disingenuous to continue bond issues over and over and lie to taxpayers that they're not paying any more taxes. That just doesn't work for me. I also purchased my first home when I was 30 years old. Sean Smith said, oh, it's so sad that, you know, couples can't buy it and they have to borrow from mommy and daddy. I didn't do that. I worked my ass off. And my first starter home was 2, maybe 3 bedrooms and like 1 bathroom and kind of a half bath before. We're dealing with a lot of people who are going into the market and they want 4 bedrooms and a 3-car garage, and wham, 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 we can't afford it. I don't get that. That is just not fair. And I think the other thing that I look at is that we are now expecting so much more of our schools, so taxes are going to go up. But I also am very angry because my valuation in my neighborhood, I live in a Napoleon Dybel house. They are all the same in Waldo. They just have different facades and screened-in porch on one side or the other. There are houses that in my immediate area, $150,000, and the others are $350,000. And none of these valuations are even real. And until you get rid of the, excuse my language, idiot that sets property valuations, we're not going to get anywhere in Jackson County. I would also ask that what happens when people have not been paying their fair share of taxes over the year, and now all of a sudden they're complaining? I think that something needs to happen that. But senior citizens, they didn't start out in 4-bedroom houses. I'm a senior citizen, I didn't. And you need to be able to stay in your home and get carried out feet first. I also think if you're a Royals or a Chiefs player, your legal residence should have to be in Jackson County and pay taxes here.
Thank you, lady, for your testimony. Any questions for this witness? Yes, Representative Murphy, you recognize for an inquiry.
Thank you. This is my 3rd interim committee on taxes since I've been in the legislature. 6 years ago, we did one, and here in Jackson County, we found out that Jackson County is the biggest mess in the state. And we keep hearing the number here about 15%, 15%, 15%. I guess it's the legislature's fault on that. We actually passed a law that said if your rate goes up over 15%, there has to be a physical visit to the property. Amazingly enough, 85,000 parcels of land in Jackson County have gone up right at 15%.
My entire neighborhood. My entire neighborhood.
Yeah, and the reason for that is they aren't doing their job. They're not going out and looking at the property, they're just assigning a value. That is not what our system is all about. When we have an equalization board, it's supposed to be to make things right. When we have a tax commission, it's to make sure that it's equal across the state. The system is there, it should work. The problem is it's not. Didn't work 6 years ago when I was on this committee. It didn't work 2 years ago when I ran this committee, and it's not working today. And I'm hoping that we have a speaker this year that's committed to it. And we hear your pain. We get it. Now it's up to us to do something about it.
Yeah, and I just painted my house, and I just spent money on landscaping, so I'm screwed next year. I would also just like to ask, I hate that we get pitted, city people against rural people. A lot of us are not from cities originally. We are all Missourians, and I wish we could just treat each other with the respect that we all deserve and not be angry at each other for where you live. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Any other questions? I do appreciate you coming. Thank you. Yeah. Let's go with Rachel Olhausen. Hey, I'm getting better.
Hello, I'm here representing myself as a Jackson County resident.
Say your name for me. Yeah.
Rachel Olhausen.
There you go.
Yeah, thank you, 64110. As you consider options, I haven't heard this, but I would like to speak in opposition of getting rid of property tax altogether. I believe that it creates more unintended consequences than it solves. My husband and I are homeowners. We have been for 8 years. We have been subject to the Jackson County increases. And in general, we want to pay our property taxes. We receive in more than it's a good investment. We can't pay for private everything. We don't want to pay for private school. We don't want to pay for private security, private fire. And I'm just going to stop at private school. We would like to not have to pay for that. We appealed our rate as our home was valued for more than it could sell for on Zillow, and it was adjusted. I work at a social service agency. I also see the impact of county levied dollars in action. Mental health support. People who need subsidized rates for therapy, they can get it because of county property taxes that we as voters approve. We also recently approved in Jackson County a senior service levy. We need to make sure that older adults can age in their home. The property tax freeze that was passed, I would really like to see that focused on transparency and quality implementation, because we still don't understand the fallout for special taxing districts of that fund. As our state, nation, as we all age, older adults do need support, and we can't, as two college-educated individuals, support 100% of private duty care if our parents need help. We need home and community-based services, and with Missouri facing a fiscal cliff in 2026, local property taxes are how we can help support that. So thank you for increases to the circuit breaker. That is helpful. Please make sure that the tax freeze is done well and that we understand the economic implications before we go full extreme and just cut property taxes, because we do all benefit from them. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, ma'am. Any questions for this witness? A witness form. Have you,
Yep, I got it.
got it? Okay, very cool. Just turned in before you leave. Thank you. All right. All right. I said the previous lady's name right, but this one I may mess up. So is it Celine? I'm not going to, I'll let you say it. You're up. And then on deck is Trevor Acorn.
Hello, I'm Celine Poravecchio. I'm a resident of Jackson County. I have had a problem with the taxes for the last couple of years. I own several properties. They've been sending my assessments to the wrong county, to the wrong person. So I get these late. So when I do get them, my son, they've been sending to his address. We went to the post office. We did everything that way you're supposed to do. I've been to the BOE and I've been to Independence and downtown 4 times trying to get my address right. What I did, and I'm hoping this will work next May, I went to the post office this year and I changed my name a little bit, so maybe the new mail will go to the right house, I'm hoping. So now it's apparently in a loop, and I've been 4 times to BOE, and I know they're doing their job because I've seen them do it. But apparently these go to a holding house or something, and then they're not putting it over to the post office. So I'm caught in that. But now I want to get to my taxes. The first year, I filed an appeal. I protested. My taxes went up over 300%. I had to pay 300% more than what I had paid the year before. I own several properties. I was on some of them because the mail came in late. I couldn't appeal them at all. But I did write a letter and asked for a consideration, which I was told I couldn't have, but I found out just a few weeks ago I could have gotten consideration. But I have a text for that. Then they lost a house. So I had to go back down and show them that I had that house and it was in the system somewhere. So now I'm appealing, I'm in protest. I have not gotten a response from the first protest yet. So I have no idea. Then when we did the, on my home, when I talked to on the telephone, I told her, you did not come out and do an inspection of my home. And she said, yes, we did. And I said, no, I have your picture of you taking a picture of my home and my dog's in it. That was in November. The new roof was put on in May, and that picture shows the new roof. So there's no way they were out there in November. So they're falsifying the records, and I find that offensive. So now I am trying to get, okay. I understand.
Sorry to cut you off. Any questions? Representative Davison, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Could you finish what you were saying really quick?
About what?
Well, you just got cut
Oh,
off.
I don't know where I am on my appeals, because when I finally when I went to the BOE, when we did the telephone conversation, I've been waiting for the letter so I can go to the state, so I can contest it at the state level. They never turned the letter in. They never showed closure on that case. So that was discovered just a couple weeks ago. So now I'm in the position where I can take the letter that I got and appeal it to the state. But why is there such a mix-up? I don't understand this.
Have you reached out to your state representative by chance?
I have locally.
Okay.
And I have reached out to Josh Howley.
Okay.
So,
Representative Steinhoff, you have an inquiry.
Want to verify, is Jackson County the county you're from?
yes,
Okay, thank you.
yes. It's just
Representative Boyko, you're recognized. You're good? Okay, that was your question. Lady, thank you for
People
coming
shouldn't
to
have to
testify.
go through this.
That's a tangled web.
I mean, you can't even find a house. They lose your house. You have to prove that you own the house.
Thank you for your testimony. Trevor Acorn, and then on deck will be Nola Wood. Oh, I thought I saw someone getting up. Is Trevor here? Okay. How about Nola? Yes, please come forward. Tell us who you are and who you're with.
My name is Nola Wood. I'm a grassroots activist, part of Western Missouri GOP, and president of my homes association in South Kansas City, 600 homes in a blue-collar neighborhood. This whole tax assessment debacle needs very profound reform. I've had phone calls and have helped neighbors and friends around the county who, the examples go on and on. The widow raising, caring for adult special needs children, basically being taxed out of her home. This year, a young, well, a small business owner in a very not impressive looking location, that his taxes have skyrocketed. I don't even remember what the percentage increase is, but it's a business that is very strategic, does very specialized work, and if he is taxed out of business, numerous other businesses will not have a way to continue doing business. And so I don't want to take the time going into all the details, but this is a very serious, very misinformed system. And when I first heard of it a couple of years ago, I have a background in real estate, so I understood a little bit. So I helped people with the appeals. Bottom line, and I've said this to the county legislators, that if you raise the price on something enough, you may not end up with more revenue. You may end up causing your customers, in this case your taxpayers, to rethink their systems and move elsewhere. And I hate to do that to our neighbors and business owners.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for the witness? Representative Fowler, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Nola, thank you for everything you do. I hear what you're saying, and I respect that the audience that you talk with on a broad throughout our county is relaying this as well. I know you have promoted for Jackson County. I mean, you've helped people get in touch with their county legislator or Preston Smith, Sean Smith, et cetera. Appreciate all you do, and hopefully we can work forward with this. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, ma'am, thank you for coming to testify. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Russ? Is there Russ here with a name that I won't try to pronounce? No? All right. How about, is it Rosanna? From Embrace Our Shrine? No? How about maybe Paul? Any name that starts with a P? Vin with a V for last name? Come on up, sir. Yeah, introduce yourself so we can know how to pronounce your name.
Thank you. My name is Paul Venable. I'm from Warsaw, Missouri. Vice Chairman Reedy, I'm in your district. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for providing for hearing on this salient issue, and to my fellow citizens in the audience, thank you for your participation in this public discourse. I'm here to represent an idea. When I signed up, I said I was with myself, but actually there's a small group of us. We're just not an official organization. So let me tell you why I'm here. Every election cycle, we the people hear the promise of tax relief and tax reform until the next election season, when we again hear the promise of tax relief and tax reform until. So maybe I've got to stop for a minute and kind of ask a question. I'm not from Kansas City. Is anyone here in shock? Because I'm totally amazed at what I'm hearing. It would seem to me that maybe we need to do something differently. What would happen if we could fully fund the legitimate functions of government and at the same time liberate the people of Missouri from the crushing weight of rising taxes, which don't seem to stop and they don't seem to go down. Well, I've got great news for you. I believe it can be done. I believe there is a better way. What would you say for a tax system that works like this? A 5% tax on all goods and services sold in the state, sent in by sellers only, included in the price of what is sold, and replaces all other taxes and assessments and all fees, including for permits and licenses. This method of taxation is called the gross receipts tax, and if you don't understand that clearly, it is one tax to replace them all.
Gentlemen, your 2 minutes is up, so I'll give you about 15 more seconds to wrap up there.
Okay,
then we can ask you some questions.
So what I'm going to do, I anticipated that, so what I'm going to do is tell you that if you want more detail, you can find information on taxliberty.org. And I also have, and if you want to know the website, I've got cards, okay, with the QR code and website.
Appreciate it. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
sure.
Any questions for the witness? Seeing none. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. How about Curtis Coons? Is that right? Curtis? Oh, okay.
My name is Curtis Coons. I was the Director of Assessment for Jackson County for 7 years, and prior to that, I was the assessor in Cass County, elected for 11 years, from 96 to 2014. And I'm going to try to be quick. But there's three distinct problems here. On the state level, I think this whole system was originally created so long ago they never even imagined there'd be a $400,000 house. Back when starter homes were $20,000 for a really nice one. Now you're looking at some of these urban counties, you can't get a starter home for $150,000. And I do think the problem on the state level is separate from the rural counties to the urban counties. I think the urban counties is where the bulk of the problem is. Second thing, Jackson County. 90% of these problems could be solved by a different person in that chair. I'm just going to say it. When I was assessor, they hadn't really defined, First Class County defined what a site visit is, but if they would have defined all these things, I had 300,000 parcels at the time, very limited employees, couldn't have done it, couldn't have physically done it. That would be telling me by the state statutes as assessor, don't go above 15%. That's how I would have determined it, you know, and for some reason, we've got a zealot in there that just will not listen to people, will not listen to the taxpayers. The third thing is, and this is the big one, it's the rollback of the levies. The rollback of the levies are not being into place when they have that debt service in there and the reserve levy. They look at it as they've got 3 levies, the school districts, because that's the problem. That's where the value goes up. When I was the assessor in Cass County during a 10-year time period, I tripled the value of Belton. There was that much new construction, and they just couldn't hide the values. There were so many sales. I tripled the value in a 10-year time period. When I started there, their levy was $2.75. When I left, their levy was $5.50. So 3 times the money wasn't enough for that school district. To answer your question earlier, how much is enough? 6 times is what they end up being. 6 times the money in a 10-year time period. It's insane. I dealt with schools that were unreasonable the entire time I was there.
Thank you, gentlemen. Questions for this? Oh, Representative Keithley, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your experience you just went over and dealing particular with the new construction and going through all that. I have a question I've been wondering for a while, actually. I don't know if you dealt with this and when you were going through new construction, but when we special tax district, particularly with TIFs, and we give property tax abatements, that's new construction that would otherwise increase the levy.
Yes.
When we provide that tax abatement, is that credited against the levy as well, like it is against that individual homeowner? Or when I build, like if if we hand out $50 million of property tax abatement as economic development credits, we get new construction, does the levy still get to go up? And does that mean someone else could be hit with that $50 million?
Right, that number's subtracted. When they're not, when
It
they're
does
not
get
getting the
subtracted
money,
from the
it's
total
subtracted.
levy?
But also, for example, I'll use Belton for an example again. They just built a giant apartment complex there. It's in the name of the city. The city underwrote the bonds for 30 years. It stays in the name of the city. Belton School District gets nothing, but they get a pilot. They set and they determine when because these projects won't go through without some kind of agreement from the school district. So they get a payment in lieu of taxes.
yeah.
And that payment in lieu of taxes doesn't affect their money from the states. It's off the books. It doesn't affect the money from the states. It doesn't affect a rollback or anything like that. So they're somewhat made whole on it.
Okay.
And
That's just
also,
something I've
new
wondered.
construction, every year, new construction is taken off. When they set their levies, that new construction, the new value is not ever considered. I called the assessor in Cass County a little bit ago, and when Raymore, superintendent, was up here, he put on 500 new homes in Raymore last year, right at 500. But the existing homes that were there went up 13.5%. So they're not hurting. These people are not hurting. And these bond issues, where they're getting ready to sunset a 20-year bond issue in 7 years because the values have gone up that much. 7 years. When they sunset it, and then they go to the taxpayers and say, no tax increase bond issue, that's a lie. They're not going to pay for it with good looks. It's a lie. There needs to be something in the statutes that says when they propose these secondary replacement bonds or whatever you want to call it, it needs to say in the ballot language, if you do not vote for this, your levy will go down $2.70 or $2.80.
My favorite part is when
There needs to be something.
when they spend tax dollars to tell you that they're not raising your taxes when they do.
Yeah, but
That's-
they are.
That's the greatest part of all of this.
They
is that
absolutely are. 20-year bond issue paying off in 7 years. And it was so massive from the mid-90s until about 2005, 2006. It was just, they were just overrun. Bond issue after bond issue. being
Nothing like
passed
government
with-
spending your money to convince you they need more of your
Right.
money. But
And
thank you.
Nobody would vote for a bond issue that's 20 million or something like that, that's supposed to be 20 years if you're going to pay it off in 7, and they knew that you're overpaying. Nobody would.
I really appreciate it. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Representative Fowler, you are recognized for inquiry.
Yes. Question? Oh.
It'll run off, wait.
I thought I was done. I looked
We're near
around.
the end, though, but
No, I want to say I appreciate and respect your knowledge and experience, and thank you for coming tonight. You were touching on Hancock, and it seems like do you have some suggestions that what we could do to improve that? It seems like you have some knowledge of that.
Absolutely, I do.
Could you
I've
let
been.
us know?
It's not anything quick. It's not anything quick. We need to establish a base year, which would be these current values, these base years. And I don't know if you want to separate it from urban counties to rural counties, because rural counties really don't have this problem, not to this extent. But they need to establish a base year, and this is what I'm not going to say taxing entities. I'm going to say school districts. This is what the school district started with. That levy needs to be adjusted, each 3 categories, residential, ag, and other. They say it's commercial, but it's actually other, the 3rd category. And that needs to be adjusted. And so those 3 cannot get past that. There needs to be a base. When schools are doubling their revenue in 5 years, like they did back in the 90s and the other 2000s, that's not right. It's just not right. But that adjustment needs to be done. And within that, ag also the levy on ag needs to adjust with whatever the overall is, so ag never goes up. Right now, as it is, when you've got ag in counties, commercial go up and residential go up. Let's say they go up 10% and you leave ag the same, you've raised commercial and residential more than 10%, right? You set one levy. And so, and I don't want to punish the farmers, but it needs to be a rolling levy on that. It needs to be an adjustable levy. That's just one of the many ideas. I mean, there's a lot. So.
Representative Steinhoff, you're next with an inquiry. Proceed.
I'm not sure if this will be a question or just trying to represent the fact that I'm frustrated by hearing, not just from you, but some of my colleagues and other people who have testified today, that seem to indicate that our school districts are being disingenuous in the way that they're doing things. When we're here to try to fix the way that we are taxing, and we're hearing so many examples of that, and it's such a complicated process, but I would say school finance is also equally complicated. You talked about the growth in your community. I would imagine when you're building an apartment building, it might increase the number of students.
Right.
We talk about Hancock rolling back, but when you roll back Hancock and you're using that fixed amount, it doesn't matter if that district gets 20,000 more students that next year. They're still dealing with that same amount of revenue. So I don't want us to intertwine these things. We have heard someone earlier talk about how their assessor was not doing their job, and it was almost stated with pride, the assessor wasn't doing their job, but then we turn around and we're attacking the school district who is within legal limits doing their job. And I'm not suggesting that we might make some changes to better direct our school districts, to maybe be clearer about, no tax increases, to be clearer about whether, debt service applies to Hancock. I'm not saying that we don't want to look at all of those things, but I don't believe our school districts are trying to swindle Missourians out of money. I think they're trying to do the best they can to educate students and to provide updated structures, which does require more money. So again, I don't know if that's a question. Feel free to respond.
In 2008, I pulled all of the school superintendents into Jackson County. At that time, I was the Jackson County assessor, and I had a long meeting with them. And I explained to them that the market was getting ready to implode. It had begun to crash. I explained to them that new construction was gone. They would not be getting any new construction next year. There was nothing being built. I explained to them that Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac were getting ready to implode, that we were heading into a real estate financial crisis. They said, give us a half an hour, we need to talk. I came back in a half an hour. They were all in the boardroom there on the second floor of the courthouse, and they said, we believe everything you said. We understand what you said, but if we don't see an 18% increase next year, we're going to take you to court. And they sued me when I had to lower values in 2009. All but Kansas City, Missouri school district sued me. They sued me, and it was thrown out because they found out they couldn't adjust their levies up, because during the big times where values were increasing exponentially, they didn't roll back their levy, so they couldn't roll up. And that happened. They threw it out of court. I won.
Let's see, Representative Reedy, Vice Chair, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Mr. Coons, glad to see you here tonight. I'm old enough to remember when you was first elected as the Cass County Assessor, and then when you were the Director of Assessments here in Jackson County. And there's a couple ideas that I've thought about, and I think you kind of touched on it. It's the levies by subclass. Yes. That those levies really need to be calculated. So if one subclass moves up in value, and say another subclass doesn't like ag, then you would have a rollback in that particular subclass. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Okay, another thing I kind of thought about, it was 1985, 40 years ago, when these assessment percentages were set for residential, for commercial, for agriculture. And it was done at that time after the reassessment to keep from having a tax shift. And you might not quite have been in Cass by then, but you would have known a lot of about that.
I know the
and
history.
Do you think if we could devise something to maybe look at those percentages to because this growth has moved up so much, if we could look at a way to maybe work on those assessment percentages for each county, whether that would be a good way to go about it?
Yes, that's a start. It is. Something has to be done.
Well,
This
I'm glad
system
to
was
hear that
never designed for
we're
these
kind of on
values.
the same page.
Right.
We did work a lot of years together, and I appreciate you being here tonight, and thank you, and it's good to see you again.
Thank you. Representative Reedy. Used to call you Assessor.
Representative Murphy, you're recognized.
Your example of the six times and so forth. We make the mistake sometime of brushing everything with a wide stroke and so forth. I have two very big school districts in my district. One of them, every time I go and I talk to the superintendent, We talk about student achievement, all of the programs they're doing, all of the things that are great. And they're ranked right up there at the very top of our, over the last 5-10 years, they have rebuilt all of their schools. They've gone to the voters and gotten some tax increases. That's fine. The other school district, when I came into office 7 years ago, their budget was $99 million. This year, it's $180 million. Their student population has gone down by about 8,000 students.
Did you say 7 years?
7 years. Okay. So in 7 years, they went from basically 100 million to 180 million. And guess what they're doing this week? They're putting a no tax increase back on the ballot. So when we do this broad stroke, we got to look at the ones that are doing it right, and we got to praise them, and we got to use them as our models. But we can't have a blind eye to the fact that there are bad actors out there that have found every damn loophole they can, and they've done everything on the ballot. I can tell you that I have, in my district, on my home, there have been at least 6 different bond issues to replace roofs on their schools. And they must have the worst roofers in the world, because we keep voting for them. But who doesn't vote for a new roof on a school?
Right.
So, you know, we got to get that under control. And I apologize to my colleague down, that if she thinks that we're just putting down education, we've got to make sure that everybody does it right. Not everybody is wrong, but there are some bad actors out there. Thank you.
First line of the lawsuit against me was, "It's for the children." So,
Seeing no more questions, Mr. Keynes, thank you for coming to testify.
thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
I appreciate your time.
You bet. Stacy Johnson Cosby? Now, I'm gonna make the announcement here, but you may be the very last person to testify prior to the tax commission, so congratulations. If there's anybody out there missing that's on the list, tell me, you'll be next, you'll introduce yourself, my apologies. Please proceed, ma'am.
Good evening. And please forgive me, when you said 2 minutes, I started slashing stuff, so I'll find my way through my notes. Please forgive me. Good evening. My name is Stacy Johnson Cosby. I'm a real estate agent here. In Kansas City, Missouri. I'm also an investor with my husband. We own several properties here. And I'm a former BOE member. And so I served on the BOE for a little over 10 years, including when Curtis Coons was there. And tonight I speak on behalf of taxpayers that are not here this evening. I'm able to speak on their behalf because I've talked to them, I've looked them in the eye. Back in 2019, I hosted, after we started hearing word that the assessment at that time, that the numbers were wrong and they were too high and that people were in trouble, I started hosting workshops. Nola talked about them. We started hosting workshops, and in 2019 I did 12 or 13 across the county. As a BOE member and a real estate agent, I knew what they would be looking for in the appeals, and our goal was to equip the taxpayers so they had a successful appeal. In those meetings, we had former BOE members, we had attorneys, we had appraisers, and we had real estate agents who volunteered their time to come. So we did about 12 to 13, and we saw about 500 to 600 people in 2019. 2023 came around, and I thought for sure we wouldn't need to do them again, but surely we did. And in 2023, we decided to do just 3 big workshops, and the very first one was at a church, and we agreed to use they let us use the fellowship hall with a capacity for a little over 100 people, so we thought we were ready and prepared. We had over 1,000 people show up that night. And then we did the other 2 workshops. By the time we finished, we saw over 3,000 taxpayers. So we're looking at them in the eye, we're talking to them, and we're hearing their stories. We heard the story about the senior citizen whose value went from 40,000 to, not 30 seconds. Okay, 400,000 to, from 40,000 to 400,000. Another senior citizen whose mortgage payment would go up $400 a month. The couple whose mortgage payment is going up $1,000 a month. And then the business, this year, Sean Smith and I did a workshop for commercial taxpayers. The business whose taxes and whose value went from $408,000 to $2.7 million, which meant that their taxes went from $12,000 a year to $81,000 a year. In 5 months, they're expected to write a check for $81,000. How many of us can do it? What's going to happen to that business? And it is not the only one. There are other stories. You heard one tonight.
Ma'am, I'm going to have to stop you right there for a second. Don't
Yes.
go away. Any questions for this witness? Representative Job, you're recognized. First one to have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just ask you to keep going.
I'm sorry?
Keep going with your list.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so what I wanted to say is that the assessor and the county executive heard many times that the process was flawed. They heard it from the Missouri Attorney General, from the State Tax Commission, from the auditor, experts on the front line, including real estate agents and appraisers, and the informed taxpayers. The systems are inconsistent, the values are inconsistent, the process is flawed, and the information is incorrect. Many of these homeowners have lost or had to sell their homes. They're losing them through foreclosure, either tax foreclosure or mortgage foreclosure, or they're selling their home. And we know that this is not a joke. This is real life. These people have their equity, like most of us, their equity in their home is where they hold their wealth, their inheritance to pass along. These people won't have anything to pass along. They are going to lose their homes, and they have lost their homes. There's no question about it. We didn't have these problems prior to 2019. What happened in 2019? We got a new assessor. That's when the problem started. Someone asked on the panel about the amount corrected. In other words, how wrong was the county? You may remember that the audit in 2019 by Nicole Holloway and that fiasco. She found that the appeals resulted in 13,000 parcels being decreased by $246 million. What other business can continue to operate with a $246 million mistake? Except for this county. They continue unpunished, they were wrong, and the flawed process continues to this day. Add to that the way they treat the taxpayers. You've heard it tonight, very disrespectful of those taxpayers. We're hearing the stories. And then to take years and months to have to wait for an appointment, not even getting the notices to begin with. It makes no sense that they're allowed to continue as they are in this process, with staff being unnecessarily rude as they intimidate taxpayers, and they have done that. You heard a story. They've
Ma'am, I'm going to have to
intimidated them.
stop you there. So any further questions for this witness?
Mine would be the same as Representative
So,
Jones.
Representative Fowler, you're recognized for an inquiry, which I believe the inquiry is to allow the time that he has allotted, so you have another couple of minutes.
For that, I appreciate. And I appreciate you for calling out people and recognizing their work, so thank you. And so I'll wrap up. So I appreciate the work of Jeff Coleman, Representative Jeff Coleman I saw here earlier. I'm not sure if Senator Joe Nicola is here. And then, of course, Sean Smith in our county, who are actively trying to work on solutions, and we're working with them. And the thing I appreciate about them is they ask for our opinion. Those of us who are on the front line as real estate agents, investors, taxpayers, they're listening to us. As I wrap up, a couple of the unintended consequences, you heard some mentioned, increased rents. When people wonder, why is the rent so high? One of the reasons is because of the taxes, and then the insurance, you heard about that too. And then with homeowners, home buyers are not able to buy the home because they can't afford the mortgage payments when the taxes are higher than they should be. So I'll wrap it up by saying to you all, we need help. We need your help. This is not a joke. And I think I testified 6 years ago when you were here before. We're still in the same situation. Something's got to change. The system is broken. It's got to change. And one thing that I would suggest is if the values are indeed going up correctly, and many of them are inaccurate, the values are wrong, but if they are correct, there needs to be a phased-in way that the amount of taxes due at the end of the year are incremental. Just because the county did not do their job and raised them slowly over the values over the years, and they're trying to do it overnight, that is wrong, and the taxpayers should not bear the burden of their mistake. And so while the county staff, our executive and our assessor, while they won't listen to the people and they won't help us, we are hopeful that you will. We need your help.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Steinhoff. Nope, hold your applause, please. I understand. As I mentioned, it's passionate. It hits home here, I understand. Keep it to the decorum. Representative Steinhoff, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Yes, thank you for being here. Just quickly, you mentioned two suggestions I think I caught, to find a way to phase in any large increases, and then also allow maybe incremental payments for large increases. Is that right? Kind of on both sides?
Kind of, but what I'm saying is if someone's value goes from 40,000 to 400,000 overnight, they cannot make that payment. You heard from the lady earlier, her mortgage payment doubled. That's not fair. If the value was right in the increase, because there have been some issues, if the value is right, incrementally raise them. And so at the end of the year in December, if their payment is not so much more than it was the year before.
Okay, I think I get that. Did you have any other quick suggestions? You said you all have been working on suggestions for fixes.
We're still actively working.
Okay,
Joe
keep
and
us
Jeff
posted.
and Sean.
Thank you.
We will.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
And
Appreciate
thank you all
your
for being here,
testimony.
and thank you for hearing our voice. We appreciate it.
You bet. All right, ma'am. I don't know that I have, unless your name was crossed off accidentally. So please get up there and tell us who you are, and you fill out the form.
My name's Julia Cole, and I should be on the bottom of the list.
You were, listen, I called your name earlier, but maybe you were out of the room. So
Oh.
that's why I went over. So please proceed.
Okay, well, thank you. So I'm a resident here in Kansas City, and I have a big question, which is I don't understand why I support taxes generally. I believe in communities that give and take. I think public schools are fantastic and we really need them. I don't understand why revenue is raised by property taxes. I don't understand why such a blunt instrument is used for things that are so crucial in our community. Property taxes, you don't distinguish between whether I am a single, a homeowner, I only have one residence. You don't distinguish if I'm a property flipper, if I'm a developer, if I'm a person that has multi-million-dollar projects. None of that is reflected in the way that I pay my property tax. My husband and I purchased derelict property in 2012, and we put sweat equity, labor. We planned this to be our retirement home. We did it in all sorts of ways where we were really trying to think ahead how we would manage our mortgage, when we would pay it off. We calculated all kinds of things. We put 2 small rental units into the building to help us do that, which disqualified us from being primarily residential, so we can't get a property tax freeze, but this is still our retirement, right? So we have no way of being able to, all right, I'll go as quickly as I can. We're dealing with a mass assessment process that's not taking into consideration these kinds of things. So how do we do something that's planning for a future with something that is connected to property speculation? It's so completely unknown that we have no way of being able to control our future based on property taxes. How do we do that? And my last point, which I really care about, is I care about community. We put so much effort into our building, not just we don't care about the value of our property. We really don't care. We wanted to improve our community, and we wanted to have somewhere to live. And we are being penalized for actually improving our community. This whole system is disincentivizing people from actually stepping up and being better citizens. There has to be a better way.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
No, don't go away, though, until we look. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you, ma'am, for coming, and
Thanks.
thank you for being patient. Is there anyone else here besides the representative from the Tax Commission who was on the list and I failed to call you up? Nope, seeing none. Oh, gentlemen, please do come up. Okay, my apologies for whatever reason. I overlooked you, but the mic is yours if you'll introduce yourself.
So my name is Terry Sheridan. I'm representing myself tonight And I want to say up front that Chairman and panel members, also my thanks and appreciation for being here tonight to listen to all of us. There's been a lot of testimony. I've probably learned more about tax policy in the last 2 hours than all my time down at Rockhurst University earning my MBA. I'm going to be fast because I know you're time limited right now. I believe that we are chasing a series of solutions in search of a problem. We're looking at this all wrong. So I'm going to get right into what I think are the problem statements, and my approach is to try to fix or at least mitigate some of the issues associated with the taxing policies that we're imposing in order to raise funding for the counties. First of all, the beneficiaries of the property assessment and corresponding tax revenue, including the schools, law enforcement, fire protection, obviously are not going to work for free. But the funding or assessment process drives the forecast model, not the other way around. That means the budget process of the different funding receivers, schools, police, fire, et cetera, do not follow a uniform forecasting model, and the forecasts are not organized into a trackable database. I don't know that any of us really have visibility to the forecasting that the different funding receivers actually get. The little pie chart sometimes that we get in an email is not good enough. We need more granularity as to what is going on. All right, the first is the systems approach. The advantages are considers a statewide uniform model as a funding entity, a more sophisticated monetizing structure to obtain funding, and may require mathematical models such as linear programming. It can be readily structured into a statewide database, and it's easily scalable. The disadvantages, it may distort the tax base of very large and very small suburban areas and townships because of nonlinearity, doesn't address the current issues associated with the assessments. Here's my approach to assessments. Assign a baseline assessment with property tax index assignment linked to the county funding forecast. The advantages requires the county and local jurisdictions to submit annual and 5-year look-ahead budget forecasts to enable linkage to the county property tax process.
Gentlemen, I have to stop you
That's
right
fine.
there. Any questions for this witness? Gentlemen, how much more information do you have there to share?
I've got 4 copies of this, and I can leave it with
Please do.
the person in the
I'd
back
like to
there
see
along
it.
with my contact
So
information.
I'd like to see it.
Yep, I put 2 months into this, thinking this through. So
Please,
here's some
please
good
share
stuff
with the
here.
committee.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, State Tax Commission. The microphone is yours. If you will do the normal routine, appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Chairman Gary Romine of the Missouri State Tax Commission. With me, I have Debbie McGinnis, Commissioner, Greg Razor, Commissioner, Greg Osbury, General Counsel, and Dan Hutton, our Legislative Assistant. And if you don't mind, I'd like to start with Mrs. Broussard. Is that correct? Boozer, Mrs. Boozer. You know, we worked real hard on the Jackson County court case. And between the Attorney General's office and us, we were able to win that case, which would have allowed her, as well as the other taxpayers, to apply for a refund or a credit under erroneous assessment process. That has been appealed to the next level. If Jackson County would drop that appeal, it would allow these taxpayers to go forward with applying for that refund or credit. So we'll see how that plays out in the next few weeks. Also, I wanted to address Platte County. The original MOU with Platte County was 8%. As Mr. Frick said, that assessor went out in style, I guess you might say, in that he lowered the assessments by 7% as he was going out the door. So his lowering of 7% and the 8% that we were asking for from the assessor is 15%. That got blown way out of proportion. We were not hammering Platte County to raise 15%. Net, it would have been 8% above 2024's values. As far as information, we do maintenance plans every 2 years, and so the assessors know when they're out of compliance with their assessed values. We try to communicate that as much as possible. One assessor in Representative Harbison's district refused to sign the MOU in 23, but he went ahead and did the increases that we asked of him. He just did not want to sign an MOU. That's fine. He got his assessments up as he should. He refused to sign the MOU for 25, but according to Form 11s, he has increased the values as we had discussed. So I understand some folks got hit pretty hard, but it wasn't because our folks in the office weren't communicating and trying to do their best to make sure the county understood where they were in relationship to the ratio studies and the importance for equalization in the market values of assessment. Those are 3 key points I picked up on questions tonight. I know Alsbury, our general counsel, has a couple items he'd like to mention, but if you got questions before that.
Yeah, before you leave, Commissioner, I want to ask the first question. Who was it that decided to appeal that case? Who is it that thought that was justifiable and was appealed to the next level? Okay.
I appreciate you letting him answer that for me.
Yes.
But that's where the appeal is being appealed, and our taxpayers are being restricted at this point.
Any questions for the commissioner before he steps away from the mic? Not that he won't come back, but is that Representative Harbison down there? Yep, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you all for coming again. I know yins have been everywhere, took our questions. I appreciate that from all of you. Just getting back to the question on talking about the gentleman that's not here tonight, on his behalf, one of the reasons, he struggled there was because of, the way the Doe Run thing went, where yins ruled in favor of Doe Run. And my deal, and I know how things work as far as appointments and stuff, but for as you was a state senator, was you not, for 8 years? And the thing that I find unfair is you took money from Doe Run as a state senator, and then once appointed to this job, was put in a position to rule, and you ruled in favor of them. So, I mean, I don't want him, though he's not here, I don't want him not to be represented. So, let's clarify some things. The other thing is, these people that we're talking about, the assessors and some of these other people, we can vote them out. I mean, if they're not happy with me on the 144th, next year they can vote me out. They don't have that with you guys. They can't vote you out. You're in an appointed position, but even though you're in an appointed position, you rule over the assessors, the collectors, and in a third-class county where the Board of Equalization is made up of the county commission, you rule over them as well. So some clarification on some of the stuff here. Like I said, the buck still stops at your door. If this stuff got out of hand, I don't know, how long has it been since the 80 counties have not been in compliance? When did that start?
We had several counties out of compliance in 23, and so we had over 80 in 25, but I feel like it's a good opportunity for us to say that out of the 115, right now we have 105 that have reached agreement and have elevated their assessed values to agree with the MOUs or whatever agreements we have out there. So right now we have 10 counties that we're still trying to work with to bring in the code.
Well, and that's great progress. But before I go any further, I just would like to say it would be easier to work with these counties in the future rather than send a letter to them, informing them that they could be turned over to the Attorney General. That's offensive. And I feel, getting back to my original saying, you can get more bees with honey than you can vinegar. So I just encourage you in the future to work with them rather than send a letter to threaten them.
Well,
Thank you for being here. We appreciate your travel.
Well, I appreciate your thoughts and comments, and if I can, I'd like to respond.
Yes,
When I
please.
was running for Senate, I did receive funds from Doe Run. I had no idea that I'd be at the Tax Commission at any time. But when it came time to rule Doe Run versus Reynolds County, we had a court case that was pending that already dictated this to, and we could let the general counsel speak more specifically to it, But basically, we would have gone in a vicious circle. If we would have voted any other way, the courts would have sent it back to us to redo it again. So a court decision pretty much locked our hands on how that decision was going to come down. And Lord knows, I spent time in the assessor's office. I spent time with folks in my office trying to come to resolution. Matter of fact, Dan can attest, we tried to put together legislation that could more formally describe how to assess miners or mining companies. We spent a lot of hours on putting that bill together. It did not get accomplished. It did not get passed. But I worked very hard. That's the reason why I'm probably here, is because I spent more time on assessments other than utilities, which somebody might not be happy with that either, but I spent a lot of time on the assessment of mining particularly. And so knowing that, Governor Parsons felt like I had working knowledge of what this job would require. And so that's why he asked me to serve in this position, and I'm proud to have done so. But my heart has always been with my district. I worked very hard to try to resolve that situation in several different ways.
Did you remove yourself from the vote when there was a vote being taken on the ruling?
I did not.
Thank you, Representative Steinhoff. You are recognized to inquire.
Thank you. My questions probably won't take much time if you could just be brief with your answers to. I think all of us, we're in our third hearing. All of us are probably really starting to swirl our brains. What are some things that are some fixes? And so I have some questions from you about potential small fixes, more directed towards the appeals process. Are some of the appeals that you see either in your office or are happening in counties, are they really quick and don't require a lot of time from the office?
We can do what we call speed processing, yes. We try to do that as efficiently as we can. I can let the General Counsel speak more to it. We're trying to figure out a way, and we have BOE of Jackson County has reached out to us to find out if there's ways that can be expedited.
Yeah.
But
And do you think that that's happening in the counties as well?
I
think about somebody like, their house burned down. That's a pretty easy thing to substantiate. You don't need a hearing.
Yeah, those
you don't
aren't
need-
lengthy issues, and so we try to resolve those by phone or WebEx.
So there already is a mechanism for some of those speedy
Yes.
ones.
Yes.
Okay, the other thing I wanted to know about, knowing that some of these are taking so long, do you think there could potentially be some kind of legislation that says after a certain amount of time, an automatic decision is made? Do you know if there's other states that do something like that?
I'm not quite sure how that would work. I'd be happy to be in that discussion. I know a lot of the Jackson County issues, which were in Jackson County, so that seems to be the theme, but because of the litigation that we were going through, the BOE seemed to be stagnant. And by statute, we can't accept an appeal from the taxpayer until they get a letter from the BOE.
Okay,
And
and
so
I get that Jackson County situation is different, but
Right.
if I recall last time, you still had a lot of people
We have
waiting on the
several in
list
St.
outside of
Louis
that.
area as well.
And then the other thing I wondered, the notices of the assessment changes and then the tax bills themselves look very different across our state. And I think some counties probably show a little bit more on their forms that makes their taxpayers feel a little bit that they understand better. I just wonder, is it possible that you could provide us with some samples around the state so we can see the different variations? Somebody mentioned last time their county lists the properties they're comparing to.
We'll
Some
make a note
counties
and, yes.
have land and resident, the
Yes.
house. Okay, if you can provide those, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative Van Schoik, you're recognized to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here again. Commissioner Razor, good to see you here. I've got a question for you, sir.
Please
In
introduce
the-
yourself, Commissioner, if you would.
Commissioner Greg Razor from here in Jackson County.
Thank you, Commissioner Razor. In the past two meetings, I've questioned Commissioners Romine and McGinnis about the ombudsman position that's required by state law, by state statute. What's your answer to why the commission has not hired an ombudsman?
I think the commission in my year that I've been on and what I've observed is we are short-staffed all around. We have amazing employees that go above and beyond what they really should be doing to make sure that our commission functions properly. If we have an ombudsman, I would be fine with that. I don't think it would change the way we operate or rule in any drastic matter.
Do you think it would perhaps help someone like Miss, is it Boozer, is that correct? Miss Boozer and her appeal to make things go a little faster for people like her?
And I don't know that case very well, but from what I understand, I don't think so, because it's a judicial issue that is holding up her issue.
Okay, that's fair. I asked a question of our budget chairman, Representative Deaton, about funding this position, and he told me that you have the right to hire whoever you want to once we as the legislature say, yes, this many FTEs, you can hire them for any position you want to. Is that correct?
I would think so.
I think that's correct, yeah. So why haven't you hired an ombudsman, folks? It's required in the law. This is the point I've been making. I'll make it until we get through with this, that you need an ombudsman. Also, Representative Deaton informed me that it was not the legislature that asked for the legislative liaison position. It was the commission that asked for that. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you did ask for an additional FTE that you didn't have before. Is that correct?
Yes.
But not an ombudsman. Yeah. I think that needs to be rethought. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Any reply on that, or just let it stand?
Message well received. I appreciate it.
Representative Boyko, you're next. You're recognized to inquire.
Thank you. So the Missouri State Tax Commission, we've heard some testimony today and throughout the state, people who Goldilocks scenario. They think taxes are too high. They think taxes are about right. It's whether that the revenue the state receives or the taxing authorities receive is too high or too low. You guys are agnostic about that, right?
Right. Our responsibility is equalization of the assessment across between counties and within the county. And so
Okay.
the most important aspect of our job is to do that. And we would like to work with the counties. The counties do their part on whether it be Hancock or whether it be the counties.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my time's limited. Not to cut you off, but in terms of your mission of ensuring equitable property tax assessment, I think everyone is pretty unified in hearing examples where tax assessments were not done equitably and could stand improvement. And my question for you is there a statute that you guys feel is preventing you from being as effective as you could be about making sure the assessments themselves reflect the real market value? Or is there a statute that you think that we could add that would either add or remove that would help you guys to make sure that assessments are accurate?
I would say if there's a better formula, I know there's the cost approach, the appraised approach. I mean, there's various blends of collecting data and information to ascertain what the value of the home should be. I don't know off the top of my head what that would be, but if there's a better formula out there for determining the value of a home on a very quick basis, because the assessors have a large amount of volume to do to get all the assessments accomplished. So that would be the two components: having a formula that's relatively quick and easy using the CAMA systems, but also having some type of standardization in that regard.
Thanks.
Representative Dolan, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to inquire,
Sir.
while y'all are here tonight, I think you need to get that lady's card right there, because she's probably going to be your next ombudsman, because she knows more about this situation than just about anybody else. And thank you for coming, but you'll probably make about half as much of what you're making right now. Through the appeal process, we talked about that, and this is probably a question for your legal counsel, but I think you probably know. You start right in your home county, you go to the assessor, and you try and do an informal adjustment and get that taken care of then. Is that correct? Correct. Then you go to your BOE. If you're upset with BOE or you can't get anything what you want with BOE, go State Tax Commission. State Tax Commission is not the final answer. You got an Administrative Hearing Commission. You go to the Administrative Hearing Commission, and they make a record of your hearing. Then, if you're not satisfied with the Administrative Hearing Commission, you go to court, and you go to the circuit court. Is that a hearing on the record? You don't take additional testimony, do you? Just, I believe it's just on the administrative record.
Are you talking about when it goes to circuit
After
court?
after your AOC.
Counselor, if you will, introduce yourself.
I'm sorry, yeah, Greg Alsbury, Chief Counsel for the State Tax Commission, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about when it gets to the circuit court?
Yes. Well, after your administrative hearing commission, after you guys, you go to
Well,
administrative hearing
Let me-
commission.
Let me just correct you slightly. The process is from the Board of Equalization to the State Tax Commission and then to the circuit court. The AHC is not involved.
You do not have an administrative hearing commission in the state tax commission?
No.
All right, and then you go to the court, and it could go to the appellate court, and it could go to a different court.
Correct.
So all of that is done. That's a long, drawn-out process. And somebody asked you, could we streamline that? And the commissioner said, well, and you kind of looked around and said, maybe we can, maybe we can't, but it might take something different or something from us. Have y'all looked at that?
Yes, absolutely. A couple of things. If I can respond to Representative Steinhaus's question. The appeals that are filed by people who don't have attorneys generally are fairly simple. Those hearings don't take very long. In many cases, we don't even get to a hearing. On the St. Louis County residential appeals, for example, that were filed in 2023, we resolved 2/3 of them by scheduling pre-hearing conferences. These were phone conferences with these folks. And we spent 15 minutes per taxpayer, and in that fashion, we were able to resolve 2/3 of them. So that's the kind of thing that we try to do. If there are attorneys involved, then it's generally more complicated. And of course, if it's commercial, then it's definitely more complicated. The other point I wanted to make is that with respect to the 6,000 or so residential appeals that are still pending here in Jackson County from 2023, those appeals should not still be open. They should be closed within 24 hours if the Board of Equalization would follow the law. And the reason for that is because last year, the State Tax Commission issued an order which the Circuit Court has upheld and directing the BOE to take the 2022 valuations and increase them by 15%, by no more than 15%. And that is the value for 2023. And if the BOE would simply follow the law and do that, those 6,000 appeals would all be resolved.
I'm going to go down the list here. Representative Job, you're next for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll be brief as I can. We've had a lot of conversation, and we end up usually having a lot of conversation about the MOUs and the ways that the State Tax Commission deals with individual counties and county assessors. I guess I would just ask in particular as to Jackson County. In 2023, and we've talked about the, I think, 80-some counties that were out of compliance, meaning that they're out of that 80 to 100%, 110%, 90 to 110 range. Was Jackson County out of compliance in 2023?
We have not been able to get the full data from them to know what their ratio study is at this point. In 2021, they were in compliance. We had, as a tax commission, had no anticipation that there was any need to increase values, increase assessed values in Jackson County. They were in compliance in 2021. So we were as shocked as anybody when we seen the assessed values in 2023 go up as much as they did. And that's what got our radar. We started doing our research. About the same time, the auditors started doing their research, and it was pretty easy to determine that they were not doing proper notification, or they were not doing proper inspections. And so that's when we started our process that has us to where we are today.
So as to, from your position, they were in compliance at least last and there was definitely not any MOU with Jackson County requiring any kind of a raise?
No, there was not.
Thank you.
Representative Fowler, you're recognized to inquire.
Thank you. To the State Tax Commission, I want to say thanks. I appreciate the role that you do, and thank you for your service. I know that it's quite challenging in the rural areas. I've seen that firsthand now by going to other areas of the state. I want to say, though, that the orders that you put out for Jackson County, they're very clear. They say, hey, you're not following the state statute. You need to do that, and it would be very simple if they would follow that. Matter of fact, I guess I want to echo the point of how simple this thing would be if they would just drop the case, or if it could go on through the system, because I know that order will be upheld again if it goes to a higher court. All you're doing is asking them to follow the statute. So honestly, that was a ray of hope for our citizens out there every time you did that, and it's still a ray of hope that it's just that simple to get it over with, is they would acknowledge it, comply with it, stop fighting it. But government can be irresponsible, and I don't think that's something that our forefathers thought about when they wrote all these laws. I would like to see consequences if a government entity is not following state statutes, because right now, I think since there's no consequence, I think that's why they've been able to perpetuate this situation for a couple of years now. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Response? No, please.
Representative Fowler, I appreciate that, and as a Jackson Countyan, as the Democratic member of the commission, I agree with you. That needs to be done, and we need to settle this. And what we do is relatively easy to understand. The details get complicated, but we're here to make sure everything is equal and fair amongst neighbors and between taxpayers and the entities that receive the funds. We want to make sure that we don't see what happened in Jackson County happen elsewhere. We also don't want to see counties get so far behind that they can't pay for their schools anymore. So that works both ways, and I think we're fighting that battle in both directions right now, and I think you all are seeing that as well.
Absolutely.
Representative Murphy, you're recognized to inquire.
One quick question. We talked about the letter. When you get the letter from the local board, then you can consider the case. Is that correct?
Yeah, the State Tax Commission does not have jurisdiction in most cases.
Until you receive a letter.
Until the Board of Equalization has
Is there anything in
concluded.
statute that says how long they have from the time they make a determination to the time they send you the letter?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Is there some counties that send it right away and some that may, we've heard testimony from people that said, well, we heard my case, but they've not sent the letter, so I can't appeal it.
I'm not aware of any situation where a BOE that we know of has delayed in sending notices. The problem that we've had in the past couple of years is that the U.S. mail is not terribly reliable.
Yeah. I got a survey on the phone today. It said, we'd like to do a postal service. And I said, well, I hate it. And I hung up.
Which is why we try to do all of our communications by email rather than U.S. mail.
Yeah, I appreciate everything you all do. First of all, I think we ought to change your name from the Tax Commission to the Assessment Commission, because you're being blamed for stuff that you have nothing to do with. But secondly, our problem, I think, that I'm seeing that over and over is that we have a subjective system of evaluation, and people want an objective system. They want something that set in stone, that this is what is going to create the value of my property. And we could do that with square footage and acreage and things like that, and probably that's really would make your job easier, make it more easy for them, but there's all types of complications in that too. But I just wanted to say I appreciate the fact that you're trying to defend a subjective evaluation when people expect an objective, based just on data, and it doesn't exist because the assessors don't even go out and look. But anyway, thank you for your service.
Yes, sir.
Representative Reedy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for being here tonight. And once again, we had a great crowd out, and of course tonight was mostly all about Jackson County. And we've heard a lot about Jackson County through the legislature. We passed a bill this last year to make the Jackson County, if the state approves it, that Jackson County can elect their assessor. That came through my committee. It was the first bill I passed out of my committee this last year. But as I listened to the testimony on this, it appears to me that in Jackson County, we got values all over the board. We have people that, like the lady from Lake Lottawatta, who has suffered. It's just, that was so extreme. Something needed to be looked at on that as soon as that notice went out. She shouldn't have had to go through all that process. She shouldn't still be waiting. But I would say at the same time, if you go out and just say, okay, we want you to raise 15%, those ones that are low, you're going to raise them up, but ones like hers, you're going to raise them too. So what is your solution for Jackson County? Do they need to go out and reassess the entire county and get the values right? What's your suggestion on that?
That would be my suggestion, is that they do a full parcel by parcel reassessment, because it is so much in disarray at this point. It's obviously out of proportion, and it needs to be consolidated, and it needs to be done in a way that it is equalized.
My fear is that a lot of these assessments are being done in an office without actually going out and looking at the property. And you can't value property without looking at it. You need to stand at that property. You need to walk around it. You need to do those things. And that's my fear. And all that's doing is just getting these values farther and farther apart. And so, I could see how they could benefit from one time getting their values where they needed to be, let their levies roll back where they're supposed to be, but make sure it's done fair throughout. And, you all have that ability to go in. Well, when I was an assessor, they checked on me every month. I don't know, maybe you don't check on everybody every month, but kind of had to watch me. So, I had a state tax commission person in every month checking to see what I was doing and writing a report. And I know your staff is limited. We've talked about that. But, for Jackson County's problem here, I just think I wanted to get your opinion on what it would take to fix it.
Well, for one, passing the assessor to being an elected position is big, for more than one reason. But for one, when you have that person appointed by the county executive, that's double power, because that assessor is under the direction and authority of the county executive at that time, instead of the public body or the STC for the most part, because they are appointed by the executive, county executive. That would be the number one thing I would say is important to that process taking place. But the other is to, once you get that position established, do the full assessment, do the equalization order for just the county itself.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
And while I got a chance, one of the orders that we issued for Jackson County, and we were able to win without going to court, was basing 25's assessment on 22's values. So that's why you've seen the reduction in her values. And I appreciate the fact that the AG gave us the support on that, and it was a good reality. It was no more, up to 15%. It wasn't 15%. The language was up to 15%. If somebody only needed a 5% increase, that was still intact. But at least what we were able to do for the taxpayers of Jackson County was to make sure that their 25 assessment was held to no more than 15% for 23, and then no more than 15% for 25 is how it was calculated. And so, that's something we take pride in, that we pushed what we could and used the tools that we could to help the taxpayers. I would like to see the court case decided, because the window is closing. From the date that decision was made, there's only 3 years. By state statute, that taxpayer only has 3 years to file the claim for erroneous assessments. So it's critical that somehow we get this lawsuit done with, so the taxpayer can go forward with applying for that credit or that refund.
Any other questions for the commission, council? Seeing none, I want to thank you all again for coming. It's important that people get to see who you are and hear your thoughts. It's important for us. To that end, I invite you to come back. Our next meeting is August 20th. which is next Wednesday at 5:30 at the center of Clayton, Missouri. That's a sign right there. That's a sign when my name falls off.
Thank you,
so
sir.
thank you very much. Appreciate it. Listen, to the committee members, I want to say thank you for, again, being here and taking part in this committee. It's important to us, it's important to the speaker, and it's important to all these people. To the people of Jackson County, if you're from Jackson County, thanks for the hospitality. We really appreciate it. And to the KC Chamber, thank you for working to set this up, this magnificent facility. I wish our chambers or our meeting rooms at the Capitol were this nice. So, having said all that, Dawn Taylor, I'm coming home. This meeting's adjourned.
I'm the tax person these days.
See, Fowler got you a job
Yes,
already.
you do, I tell you.